For Biafra must be restored, for there is nothing the enemies can do about it. We have come that the will of the Most High may prevail. Radio Biafra is unorthodox. The way we do things are markedly different from how others do it. We are under divine instruction. We have come that Chukwukika may take control of these very proceedings this evening, for we are nothing without him. O Elohim, Chukwukika Biama Puremi, unto thee we repose all that we are. Do not allow your children IPOB to be put to shame. Do not allow us to be devoured by the hands of the wicked. Do not allow us, O Mighty One, to fall prey to those who do not know thee. You will deliver us, not because we are righteous, but because of your mercy. Hear our cry and our supplication. We are not armed. We have not killed anyone. We have not jailed anyone. We have not done anything at all to warrant the level of destruction and carnage being visited upon your children. The same way Israel suffered, so is Biafra suffering today. And if you, Elohim, can deliver Israel, so will you deliver Biafra. That is our hope. That is our anchor of everything that we hold dear as a race and as a people. You brought Biafra that light may come into Africa. You gave us hope because we are in a continent of hopelessness. And by thy grace, Biafra shall be restored. We shall be resurrected. We shall crown our efforts with the glory by the grace of the Most High Himself. We are not strong. We do not pretend to be strong. All we do is to submit ourselves to your will, that your will may be done upon our lives. We have lost many people. We have lost so many good people. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. We shall honor them, and for their sake, Biafra will come. Israel lost people, and today Israel is here as a beacon of hope in a land filled with darkness. We beseech thee, Elohim, because we are wandering all over the world, hoping against every hope that things will turn around for the better. It has never turned around for the better. Instead, it is getting worse. Please do not abandon your children. You have given us a commission, and we must accomplish it in our lifetime. We have come to honor your holy name. We have come to praise thee. We have come to honor thee, that your name may be glorified, adored, and praised forever and ever. Ise, Ise, Ise. I welcome each and every one of you, wherever you are.
Ise. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, fellow Biafrans across the globe. Depending on your time zone, I'm reaching you out here from United Kingdom, and it's approximately 19:28, that's 7:28 p.m. here in United Kingdom. Anywhere you are across the globe, the only thing that will make you understand that we are live is that 28 minutes on top of the hour. Thank you, fellow comrade. Today is another wonderful section on critical analysis. And my name remains Mazi. George is Umeh. I reside here in United Kingdom and a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. First of all, I have to apologize. I don't know what happened, but I set everything up since yesterday and I've been streaming. Suddenly, all the whole system went blank. So I have to manage it the way it's right now. But I thank you for your patience. Those are with me are those that are going to join us later, or those that are going to watch this program. From the beginning, the program was a bit sketchy because I was having network problem. Not network, I don't know what happened with the system itself. So my indulgence for all this disruption. This evening, as I've assembled again here in Critical Analysis. Critical Analysis is a program that I have designed through the auspices of Biafra, sorry for that. A little bit of I have a little bit of, I don't know what's going on with my mic, but we are coming to you live on Critical Analysis. Biafra Power Media International remain the platform we are using to propagate this gospel. As you all know, so many things are going on within IPOB, and our outlet, which is Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, has been bastardized by those that are supposed to know better. But God always, Chuko Kabiama, will always define a means to salvage his own. We have come out, and Biafra Power Media is here to salvage IPOB, and those that still have their designing mind, those their frontal lobe are still active, we are here, and those that their frontal lobe is not active, it is imperative for you to key in and listen. When our leader came out, our leader was brutal. So many of us that accepted that gospel for the first time we had it, You might count yourself as those lucky ones. I'm not saying that you are one of those that we are called. But I would say that anyone that have had Mazi the kind of voice and join IPOB, that was a privilege, and probably you're in the spirit. But in this part of journey we are in today, there's going to be a lot of rocky journey that we are in, as we have experienced in 2015 and again in 2021, now in 2022 to 2023. This same journey, I remember Onyendu said that Biafran project is 30 years mark. For some of us do not understand what we do. I will give you an example. If Israel, as powerful as they are, no one could ever pronounce Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, you know that what we are fighting for, the demons we are fighting for, like Onyendu would always say, are far beyond what we can imagine. But because of Chukwu Abiyama have designed this particular platform, and Onyendu himself was given this mandate that Biafra will be restored in our lifetime. So this evening, as I have assembled here, this program is designed to open your mind. It must be critical. You must be a critical thinker to understand what we are doing. Over time, I'm just giving this monologue this evening to clear some air. A lot of people think, when some people will tell you you're fighting leadership, there's no leadership in IPOB that excludes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I'll reiterate. There is no leadership in IPOB that excludes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and we only have one leader. And that one leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB practice what we call command and control, CIC, that buttress in our code of conduct, and every single thing we do, we only have one leader, whether he's with us or is somewhere, the same struggle, because he knew where he was going. That is the reason why people must not be an opportunist or get themselves confused, like our First Lady did on the 1st of this year, January. And when she addressed Biafrans on Radio Biafra, he made it abundantly clear, and he reiterated again, and that's why I've been pushing that particular, because that is where our problem lies, our frontal lobe. Because it gets a lot of people so weary, and so many of us, we get weary when we don't use that particular part of our brain. So this evening, as we all have assembled here, we're going to go into a lot of stuff this evening. But first of all, Onyendu say, when you do good, we praise you. When you do bad, we shred you. My monologue this evening is going to include Governor Chukwuma Soludo. I'm calling out the zoo government to do the needful. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been, released unconditionally. That he must be released unconditionally. Even vouching to release Onyendu to him. Wow. We have to listen to him before I will air my view on that particular statement. Because those that ought to know better have turned a blind eye, and we said that how long are they going to turn this blind eye and think that things is going to be okay within the Biafra land? Those that are claiming that they love their people must come out now and let their voice be heard. You must take a stand.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
And I now want to appeal and plead and request and demand of the federal government and our able president, led by the able President Buhari, that a critical person required around that table for that conversation to be complete, for us to have an all-round approach to dealing with the issue of insecurity and discussing about the future of the Southeast. That person, and we need him urgently around the table. Please release him to us, and that is Nnamdi Kanu. I'm calling on the federal government to please release Nnamdi Kanu. We need him around the table. a comprehensive heart-to-heart conversation about the future of the Southeast, about the future security, prosperity of the Southeast. No one should be left behind. Everybody should be there. If we cannot release him unconditionally, as requested by the court judgments and so on, I now offer to be the shorty. Release him to me. I will keep him. Release him to me. Release him to me. Release him to me. Solution is here. Solution is here. I will.
Biafra Alpha Power.
Well, like I said, his bravery, I will have to give it to him for standing out and air his own voice to the whole world to hear. Because at the end of the day, those that still purportedly leading us in Biafra land, in the enclave of Zoo, must have their own voice to be heard, to the world to pay attention on what we are looking for. Because if you remember, Onyendu made a comment one time that he been in so many places and bruised so many times. First thing they asked him was, what are you doing on the ground? Regardless how anybody wants to think about it, at the end of the day, every single person that sees himself as a Biafra that found himself on that particular geographic location should be thinking inward. What are they going to be my own contribution? I'm not going to dwell too much on this issue. This is what they should have been done. So all of them should get up now and do the right thing by urging their masters to release our leader unconditionally, because our leader have done nothing wrong. All we are asking for is what is even inalienable right that is enacted in their own law. Self-determination is enacted in the Zoo law, is in their own constitution that we don't believe in. But ironically, they have it, but they choose to turn a blind eye. But at the end of the day, one thing is certain, regardless whatever they have done or what they choose to do, Biafra shall be restored at the end of all this turmoil. And our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, remains the arrowhead. He remains the voice of the voiceless. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has woken millions to billions of people from their slumber, and I was one of them. That is why I vowed, I've given everything in life for Biafra. It's not because I want anything, because Mazi opens my eyes. I knew that something was missing. There are those that were born to liberate. There are those that were born to give back. I'm not the type that receive, I give. My input is what required. And that's why Ukike brought all of us together. Those that Mazi Nnamdi can require us to push forward to restore Biafra. Wherever you guys are, like he said, at the end of this program, I'm definitely going to play that particular video. His lamentation that he want the real men now. That is the time we are. And those 100 men and women with clean hearts, Biafra shall be restored in our lifetime. Let's get down to the business of IPOB. Critical analysis is for those that have open-minded, no prejudice, and no apology. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never apologized to anybody. That's why IPOB have come triumphantly in everything we do. And I said there is no room for cabal within IPOB. There's no room for shenanigans. And there's no room for blackmail of lying propagandists. We don't peddle lies in IPOB. But today, within the cabal that have led by Chike Doziem, are finding hard to use Mazi on him because he does not deserve it. From me, I wouldn't use Mazi on him. That is how I feel. And at the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But as far as George Umeh is concerned, this man have united in the graves of our heroes and heroines, and now have the temerity to now trying to circumvent or to achieve what enemies want. And what is that? Within IPOB, this man has become building IPOB within IPOB. It was an agenda. And some of us saw this when these people was driving this home. We gave them that particular leeway to see where they are going to land. And God, as God might have it, and that's where we are today. And there's something I need to say before I will go in to start to play voices and show some, write-ups from them. Because what we do here, we come here to educate Biafrans. Like I have said before, and I still maintain my words. Mazi Chike Doziem have lost the voice and the mandate of him to command IPOB to do anything. I, George Umeh, said it, and I have a reason for it. And like I've said over time, any of them or any of their media worm want to come out themselves to say things contrary to what I have said. We don't just wake up in the morning and start talking. We'll have our facts and figures out before we should embark on anything we say, because we have to back them up. Now, I want to make one thing clear here. The issue of finance within IPOB, they know that finance is the heart of IPOB. And when they knew that Onyendu was going to be renditioned, Mazi knew what was going to happen to him. But he knew, just today, they are talking about him. And Mazi Nandekano will come out alive. Like I told you, 2015, mark my words somewhere. If something will happen to Onyendu, I am George Umeh will be the first to tell you that. 2017, 14th of September, to be precise. This same thing Soludo is talking about today is the same thing that happened when Onyendu went to that meeting in Enugu. And I agree with the governors. And told them what they want. Because we are fighting for Biafra. Even if we said we want to go back to regional today in Biafra land, which is we have in here in United Kingdom, every region, developed by their pace, then it's the same thing that we have Biafra. What we want to govern ourselves. And for some of you don't understand what regional, what confederation means is that you grow by your own pace. In this country here, Scotland, is Scotland pushing today they want to have their own independence because Scotland is actually have the resources like we do. I think they have gas and oil as well. But they have fed up. And they joined this union over 450 years ago, 400 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. But they're knackered. If you ask a British man, they're tired of it. And how things are going, they're not comfortable anymore. So they want to opt out. The same thing we are doing. And how is that going to happen? After that meeting they held in Enugu with the Southeast governors on 2017, to then to go to Abuja to bring on the agreement on what our own package and what we want to go back to that regional. At the end of the day, what followed suit was the organized Operation Python dance that took a life of 28 men, including Jack, and Onyendu survived that onslaught in Afariku and surfaced in Israel after 13 months later. The same thing carried on to lost the life of His Royal Majesty and Her Majesty, Lolo Ogeze. And that is where we are today. After that, Onyendu himself still soldier on. Never relent. Today, our leader has gone back to where he says he's going to be leading from the front. And guess what? Those that Onyendu has given that mandate on certain degree to oversee the affairs of IPOB and to pass his message on script. Onyendu message must be delivered on script. Onyendu message must be delivered on script. And that is where all this problem started. Today, Soludo is telling you that Mazi Nandekano must be there if they want everlasting peace in the Southeast. And ask yourself, where did all this problem emanated from? For one single disobedient. 96 hours before the sit at home, Onyendu instructed that sit at home must be suspended. But guess what? On Chike Doziem word, which I'm going to play here, he said, Onyendu, he asked the reason why this sit at home must be suspended. Even before the sit-at-home was first initiated, announced on Radio Biafra, there has been instruction, suspend the sit-at-home subsequently. And the person you're doing this for is the same person you want him to come out. But they have a different agenda. Because what we're having today is that people have changed the course of what we are looking for. And that is why people like us have come out. In critical analysis, it must be totally, liberated from innuendo and all this sentiment and emotion. Because at the end of the day, if you look inward within IPOB today and you tell me that this is IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu found and left the team almost 19 to 20 months ago, then you know that all of us are lying. And this is not the first time we've been in this position. 2015 was the same script, nothing changed. It's during the auditing it, they didn't have this chance then because Uchemofo was there to block them. Onyendu message was uncensored to deliver it to the Biafrans. And all the problem we're facing today is because Chike Doziem choose to do what he think with his cabal, and China Sanwo-Olu purportedly projecting himself for what he's not. And over time, they build what they so-called media worm, the church card media worm. These people are in the... If you had the guy that live in Germany begging for €2, whether you're working or you're not working, I don't really give a monkeys about that. But everybody could see these people are wretched in mind. The money that, the offering that contributed in IPOB is your target for you to fight media warrior. To be a media warrior, it must obtain from IPOB. That is not IPOB that I know. That is why I've said every single IPOB member that have a mobile phone is an iMedia warrior. Today he's telling you, let me say something here. You see a blackmailer, whenever they talk and listen to what they're saying about the person they want to blackmail, his excuses was because those people that, actually getting followers, streaming Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast. But he's doing the same thing. He forgot to tell the person that Rapture Media that is in is not IPOB platform, but only Chukwu, your former, the head of media, need to tell Biafrans why they allow a platform that does not belong to IPOB to be streaming Radio Biafra that they know that millions of Biafra are watching. And they are making a hell of money out of that streaming. Because you know what was going on. He wants to build his own. Now he doesn't want to stay in Rapture Media. Now he wants to build his own. People like us will use our money to do whatever we do. Those that live, those that are around will tell you. Build zones. And the irony is that none of these individuals, all these so-called media worms, none of them have actually served in IPOB. Pick up one position and be humble to be a servant of the people. Voluntarily, without expecting nothing in return. I have not seen them. Now they're rewarding them with coordinator and whatnot. This is why we will not allow them to see the light of the day. I have said it to Chike Doziem and his cronies. When I judge Umeh come out to talk, I don't just come out to talk. I'm not idle. I have kids I look after. I work. I pay bills. And I still do my job for IPOB because I sworn an oath to restore Biafra. Those that rant every single day on social media are not talking for IPOB, because how many times have you heard these men come out protecting, talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Sometimes they start campaign, this Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now you know Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released. But all along, they've been disobeying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Even the same people giving advice openly to Chike Doziem and his cabal to disobey Onyendu. And they oftentimes quote our code of conduct. None of them knows nothing about our code of conduct, including China Sanwo-Olu. These are a bunch of retards. And they think we're living in I don't know where they think we live. You quote it just like somebody quoting Bible that somebody can pick up and read. You quoting code of conduct that is in front of anybody. And you guys think you can shield yourself within IPOB to commit crime. IPOB does not shield people that commit crime. If you commit crime, if you on social media uttered unguarded word against individual, the person can take it up with you. It has nothing to do with IPOB. Onyendu broadcast we are streaming today, Onyendu made it clear there that if they said that Buhari is not dead, let them sue him to anywhere in the world. He will be there to prove it. And none of that you won't find his case they are charging him today. He vigorously campaigned because he has irrefutable evidence. You can't just run your mouth because you don't know what cybercrime is. People commit suicide by the word people tell them online. It is more severe than physical crime on these days, cybercrime. Let me educate some of you idiots that don't understand what you're doing. You sit in your comfort zone, you'll be talking nonsense that you don't even know what you're saying. Because somebody told you to say so, you think that person will defend you when he comes. He said the US is in his side. The US is in your side because you're a moron. Because you understand we live in a civilized world. You're being called for questioning. Questioning start investigation for your information. But what I'm saying tonight is this. I'm going to play, because my system got crashed up. A lot of things was loaded in the system. Now I have to get them one after another. So you will bear with me when I'm trying to upload the information I have to use. We are professional here, so everything we do is being pre-planned. We did prep before we start the program. But quite unfortunately tonight, something went wrong, but I persisted. I have to come on air. So now I want to start by playing the voices of those that call themselves the leadership within IPOB. Because the reason why every time we come on air, we need to get back to this individual is because they are the root cause of our problem. Some people said in Chikedozium broadcast on before the New Year, whatever, who listened, will never listen to him. I don't know what he says in there. That people should go back to their zones. People you have driven away should go back to their zone after you have destroyed what Onyendu and the blood of our people. Because you know what you are doing. You know there's so many people that are gullible. They will fall in the wrong hand. You label them autopilot or you label them, what is it called, infiltrators. This is pre-planned. We know what you guys did. Weaken IPOB within. That is why you guys went for our finance. But I warn you, Chikedozium and your gangs, to lay your hand off IPOB finance. You see, when Abani came, that nitwit, that evil man, held meeting saying, don't listen to anybody that come on Radio Biafra, telling people to divide IPOB fund. That's why they started with Nelly Ofebu. They were in the same boat with Nelly Ofebu. All of them was working together. Chikedozium said that he wasn't working with Nelly Ofebu. Then the day we will prove the document that Madam Oyibo, Chikedozium actually agreed that Madam Oyibo have taken over IPOB. I'm just giving him heads up. Because what I want you to listen, I don't gossip. You see that document? Some of you have that document. You're acting like you don't know what we're talking about. I've sent it to some people that can confirm I did. Some idiots. There's one in UK here sending me some garbage, one hungry. All these wretched people that in Biafra around, you're writer. Writer, I'll kill you there. Can get that right. You're writing something because you want to get 50 euro or £100 from somebody. You don't have your own mind. Want me to read your write-up, garbage you're writing? What do you know you're writing? I don't read people write up. Do you know why? Because what you write I already know. Guy protecting DOS, you want to talk about DOS, Canon Takano, took somebody that called Canon Takano indirectly a bastard, and the Israel Okukano and Ugweze wayward. Do you know what that means? He come for questioning. You might be ranting on social media, but don't forget that Europe. You see, Adeyinka's son. Do you know how many times they invited him in police before he was actually convicted? I'm just letting you understand. Adeyinka's son was not arrested one day and put in prison. It started by, first of all, what they call litigation. That's what this is first phase. And before that happened, there's evidence that something has gone wrong. And it must be investigated. Biafra Alpha Power Media is standing in the gap of Radio Biafra. Because since you guys have bastardized the Radio Biafra, Biafra Alpha Power Media has now stand on the gap that we don't have anymore. It's not coming on air on a daily basis, doesn't change anything. It's about the quality of the information you have to deliver to our people. So what I'm saying to everybody, you claiming that you're a media worm, be guarded. We live in a civilized world. Can they say some people saying, oh, this is a civilized, you know, it's a civilized world, but we are talking like someone that live in a jungle, in a civilized world. How do you fathom that? How do you comprehend it? IPOB does not shield evil or criminals. Whatever you have said or do, you are liable to defend it when somebody have called you up. When IPOB is defending or fighting against what we believe, at least we have evidence. When we go against BBC, when we go against Facebook, we go against countries, we have evidence to back them up. Onyendu picked up on people, we have evidence to back them up. You don't just come up and start talking because you can talk. So I will leave it here. I just want to clear the air. I'm going to play a couple of their voices before we move forward on that. One thing I'm going to say now, I'm saying this directly to those that call themselves in leadership. I know you guys are going around Europe. Chikedozium, this is not the first time you've done this. 2015, he opened an account in Switzerland as soon as he has problem. But we are forced to shut it down because he didn't have it. Then he was just ordinary European rep and secretary to the US. So, and Uchemofo wouldn't let you guys do anything. Uchemofo was the only blockade you guys have 2015. That's the, you know, a lot of people don't understand, but that's the fact. And now it's very, some of you don't understand what happened 2015. But I'm telling you now, the reason why this thing came up by Clifford Iruanya them, and they couldn't do it, and they were driven away with Umeh them, and they formed their own group then. They called Soldiers of Justice. They fought tooth and nail against IPOB. They couldn't succeed because then they didn't have access because they wanted to hijack Radio Biafra, which Umeh refused. But as it now, Radio Biafra has actually 50% hijacked by these morons, because at the end of the day, the people they allow to work on Radio Biafra are those people. They are controlling what they say, and when they bring them in, they allow them to come on Radio Biafra now and be now carrying attacks and blackmailing against their own fellow comrade, which we took oath we will not do. Radio Biafra will pay for it. That's the difference. So I want it to be clear to everybody. And that is why today is very few people that listen to Radio Biafra, and that's fact of life, because there's nothing to listen to. Like I said, anybody that is pure, if you're pure in heart and understand why you are an IPOB member, you don't need to listen to Chikedozium. Because if Chikedozium disobey Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then what is Chikedozium for you? I don't understand how that's where the frontal rope comes in. It's like somebody's preaching the word of God to you, but he does not believe in God. How do you deal with that? Chikedozium does not honor Onyendu. So why would me honor Chikedozium? Just give me one reason why. I think Onyendu is going to die in prison. Governor Solodoni has come out, Onyendu did come out. But these people don't want our leader to come out. That's the truth. Now, I will start first of all to put up a write-up that Chida Sanwo-Olu wrote. That is how you see how evil that guy is. I have said it over time. You know me, my own is that when I took up on people, I always say it. This is Chida Sanwo-Olu write-up. This Chida Sanwo-Olu, this guy, is though he's in posture. That is why he's, you know, it's a lot of people knows him. But like I said, people like us, I'm not looking for him because he have his day. He said the only message they always sent to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's, you know, a very idiotic person. Why is doing in Onyendu's name in detention is Chida Sanwo-Olu did this, Chikedozium did that, sacked the US. I am waiting. This is the word of daring our leader. I've told you guys over time. This is a daring word. This clown. This is the Chida Sanwo-Olu write-up. And you will see people commenting there. He asked these people commenting, are these people human beings? Who is DOS? What is the meaning of DOS? DOS is Directorate of State of IPOB, which is the body that governs IPOB. If you are part of IPOB principal officer, automatically you are under DOS. There's no group of people that is DOS. It's just you working. You are working and you can be, none of these individuals have a permanent position in IPOB. It's temporary. And this guy they call China Sanwo, to life of me, he is just ordinary Middle East rep before he start quoting himself on what he's not. Nobody gave him any security outfit to manage or whatnot. But look at what he's saying here. This is the problem we've got because they speak in radio and direct. I'm going to play their voice. About 4 of them is together. Our intermediary get involved to talk about when they are talking. This is the people that are leading IPOB, and what they are doing, what they're actually doing now is weakening, because they have done so many things that people lost. What they build is to lost. Someone was telling them it's going to destroy the US. They agreed. That's why they give that leeway. They couldn't do anything. They're telling you you're destroying DOS. But you ask yourself, who is DOS? Can DOS function with Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? That is a fundamental question. This is China Sanwo right up on his Facebook. The only message they always send to Mazi MKs in detention is China Sanwo this, Chike Doziem that, sack DOS, I'm waiting. This is a word of daring Onyendu. Because Onyendu is incommunicado. You know, fellow Biafrans, you know, this guy, like those that know him, one thing I'm telling you is this: the wrath of Biafra will visit you. It's just a matter of time. The hatred he have for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, scale, he put it in scale, that scale will bust up. I said this before, but your words always confirm who you are. Your words always confirm who you are. I'm going to play the DOS voices. I want you fellow Biafrans to help me to listen. Some of you have listened to it, but it's very, very imperative, because sometimes voices might play, people don't pay attention to it. The wordings that come out of it. At the end of the day, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is incommunicado. So anybody can take shot at Onyendu at their own given time. They don't really give a toss about our leader. They don't want to know. They are emboldened. Anybody can say whatever they want to say against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The family of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is their saga. I remember AGO4, which they believe that he is one telling them the truth, because he's part of their gang, actually brought a message from Onyendu distinguishing Canon Takano, Caroline, Madam Nenyanya, that they knew nothing about what happened to Onyendu. Chike Doziem for one day never commented about this, never wrote a memo about this, but he was busy writing memo against those that are standing against their uproar, their agendas, what they came to do to destroy IPOB within. But I tell them one thing: IPOB is a rock. You can try, but at the end of the day, you know, any water you throw on stone will always wash out. All of you will wash away. Just mark it somewhere, because what we are doing is more spiritual than physical. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, where he is, he knows everything. Because if Onyendu has any sign of trust in any one single one of you, he shouldn't have said in 2019 or 2018 when he came out, when he was asked, how many men have you found out of 100? He said not up to 3. Even then, Uchemfo was still with us. That tells me that Onyendu knows you guys by your names. But our leader have to work, because at the end of the day, he will not work alone. That is why none of his family members had any position. Onyendu could have made all his brothers, put them if he was looking for something. But no. Even when Roger Zakano went to visit Onyendu's family, he told them straightforwardly. The father and mother told him that our son is old enough to make his own decision. This family is unbribable. Oku Kano family is unbribable. That's one thing I can tell you. If you could do it, come out and show us what you could do. Because I've put through a challenge. Can any single one of you put your family's pictures on Facebook? You wouldn't do it. Our little wife came on air to talk to encourage Biafra. You guys will be looking to see what she said that favors you guys, but forgetting you. All of you are dead cells. The words are actually directing to individuals, including you people, because if your frontal lobes are working active, you won't disobey Mazi Nandekan. I'm just letting you guys know, because at the end of the day, it is not about the word, the thing that is favors you, that you jumped up like a mad dog. I'm going to be playing their voices to us to listen to what they have to say. Those that call themselves, they're claiming they are the leadership and they are DOS, because over time they want to intimidate people with DOS. Just like us, Abani will tell you, why don't you accord the same respect accord to Mazi Nandekan to Chike? You see where they're direct, you see where they're coming from. That they have been, if these people, I don't want to say much, but God in heaven bear us witness. And before I start playing their voice, there's something going on in Italy as we speak. They have been threatening the Italian coordinator, national coordinator, about account or no account. This is what they have gone around the world doing. This is a gang of criminals. Because anybody that divert IPOB fund, that is a criminal offense within IPOB. It's in our code of conduct. And you have the right to air it out, to voice it out. If any finance that our head of finance is not aware, that is fraud within IPOB. There is no if but. Chike Doziem have got no business with IPOB finance. I said it like I told them before about Madam Nyanya. They were arguing because they have agenda to kill IPOB with them, but they will kill themselves. Now the same thing is happening again. I'm saying it loud and clear here. Chike Doziem have got no business with IPOB finance. He has got nothing to do with IPOB finance. That is how IPOB structure is. Chike Doziem knows all these things. Chike Doziem have not told Biafrans how much was paid into Umeh account that he knew that it was a fraudulent account. Chike Doziem knew. This is not just verbal words. There's a proper, irrefutable evidence to back all these things up that Chike Doziem might end up in prison for allowing $747,000 had Biafra money that was in account. Manawebo shut down and collected the fund, even with audio. Chike Doziem was aware of it. Chike Doziem was aware that account Manawebo open was falsified in signature of Onyendu. Onyen never signed any power of attorney to her. Ejiofor was part of this whole gang crime they committed. This criminality, Ejiofor was part of it. I'm making it abundantly clear with an apology. But they're still driving in. They've come to United Kingdom here. With the first ESN fundraising we did, I don't want to go back on the medical corps fundraising we did and what they do with the money. I don't want to go on that side. I'm just talking about the one that happened 2021, which is the first ESN fund, about 38,000 pounds we raised here. To tomorrow morning, nobody knew where that money went to. 12,000 pounds they raised on illegal, so-called legal fundraising that Onyen was not approved. We don't know where that money is. The last one they did, the result of that 20-something thousand, nobody know where the money went. Chike Doziem, after he told Biafrans to pay money into Umeh account, that he knew he was fraudulent, and after he asked people to stop paying, because what they are doing, they will cause that mayhem and come back and reverse it. Now, Biafrans, because majority their frontal rope is not working, they won't ask questions. Have you asked Chike Doziem, why did you ask us not to pay money into Umeh account? And by then, the person they have created as a distraction now jumped on it. The website of IPOB was hijacked. They were paying money into that account. Now, the question is, Chike Doziem, how much was paid into Umeh account? Because we don't know how much was paid in there. That was the problem that all of them have, including so-called Nelly and and Simon Ekpa, because I'll mention their names. These are people that they know who they are. All of these people are working together. We'll have irrefutable evidence to say all of them work together. But in outside, just like he accepted that he was talking to Ejiofor a month before they start having problem. Tell you that all this whole thing was pre-planned to distract people that their mindset is not there. Your frontal lobe is not working. That's why they distract you. Now you're talking about somebody who has got nothing to do with what we are doing. That the main people committing the crime is within the house. The most dangerous thing that have ever happened is what Nyango proposed in 2017, which Omofo was there. They couldn't do it because this was what the agenda from 2015 to weaken IPOB within IPOB. They could not do it. They created Tripop, Ripop. None of this worked. Just State of Justice came. None of this worked. But guess what? Chike Doziem today is perfecting all these things. They will first of all act like they're not involved. Why did Chike Doziem come on Radio Biafra announce Umeh account? But he knew that Umeh account was fraudulently opened with Onyendu falsified signatory. But do you know ironically, the woman that is United Kingdom here, that is UK National Financial Secretary, with how God might have it, one day in the meeting, no one asked her. She opened her mouth and said, that HND asked me to pay £10,000 in Umeh account. By then, he has announced in Radio Biafra nobody should pay dime in that account. Because what happened is when they start sharing money, they start having issues. Then they will reverse their course. 747,000. Chike Doziem and his gang knew this is the money Onyendu was. They listen to brokers who are broadcasting. That was money Onyendu was referring. Some people are holding our money in America. And that was why they divide their attention to attack Madam Nyanya, because Madam Nyanya was meant to be overseeing that account. Madam Oyibo will give that account login in the afternoon, in the evening she will log her off. That is where all this problem started. Now, they have now vigorously campaigned because Abani, if you remember, Chike Doziem came on Radio Biafra and announced that if you want to do any fundraising, you must contact Abani. You ask yourself question, why is Chike Doziem now getting involved in IPOB finance? The day I will deal with finance, I have all his audio voice. We have all of them. The reason why I'm making this announcement tonight is about Italy. Italy should be no-go area for it, because I know that some people in Italy, even those before that were claiming that they want say autopilot and all that, they have come back now. All of them are frustrated, and some of them are looking for position, because now they know that there's money. They're sharing money. So people now want to occupy position. Just like someone begging to €2, outrightly, even say you come into meeting. These things are not allowed in IPOB. These things are not in that. Onyendu made an announcement, say, you can never mandate any fund in IPOB without the knowledge of the head of finance. It is on record. But all these things on the wind. Because Chike Doziem and his kindred, people don't know that Austin Abba and Chike Doziem, all of them are from the same place, but they will tell you the IPOB is not a family business. We know all these things. What we're saying is that this man cannot destroy what our people have paid with their own blood. And people are still paying. And our leader has been locked up over 2 years. Going to 2 years now. The parents have paid that ultimate price. And these people want to ridicule what we have been doing. So Italy, they threatened the Italian national coordinator that he must show them the bank statement. Chike Doziem, show us Umeh account bank statement. Chike Doziem, tell Biafrans what happened to 747,000 first ESN account. Chess Bank that Madam Oyibo shut down by herself, including you were involved of it. This is things I expected you to be worried about. But now, you people have gone around the world stifling IPOB finance. You're not satisfied. I had it in one of your audio talking about Italy account. Italy account was opened by our leader. Our leader was aware of the account. All this account was authorized by Onyendu in conjunction with head of finance. Chike Doziem, you're not a commercial person. You are H&D. Do the job you've been assigned to do. People say they have a new leadership. There's no leadership in IPOB. That is why I said these are clowns. And Onyendu in Infinite Mercy, anytime I'm on air, mentioning Uchemofo is a reference for some of you idiots. But like I said, Uchemofo is 1 million times better than all of you, even as what you have done today. Quote me anywhere. And this Uchemofo waited Onyendu and held on with Onyendu, has an argument with Onyendu when Onyendu was outside. They had a disagreement. Onyendu need to deal with it. It's not my problem. But when Uchemofo come out to talk nonsense against IPOB, I'll remind him about those people that have died under his watch. And the blood of our people will haunt him and his generation. But what I'm saying tonight is that Uchemofo is 1 million times better than all of you put together. As I'm talking, as of today in IPOB. Because Uchemofo for one day never questioned Mazi Nnamdi or try to. Uchemofo deliver Onyendu's message organically without censored. Organically without censored. And that is why we were driving flying highs. But today, Chikedozium will have, because what they do is that they have meeting within meeting. Before they call national meeting, the cabal have already have their meeting. They have made their decision what they want to do. They're coming to that meeting is just to, for those people they think that probably they are the obstacles now, what are they going to do? Once you say one thing, all of them will attack you. Attacking dogs will back. This is what we witness. We are the principal officer. Some of you are ranting on social media. I have said, before you advise me, please pick up one position in IPOB. After that, then we can have a conversation. Okay, now, Italy. Because the next program I'm going to come on next week is going to be about Italy and our finance. I'm going to go deeper. I'm going to be brutal next week. Mark my word. When I say something, I don't mess around with it. So you guys need to do yourself a favor. Stay clear on that account. You have carried your smear campaign around the world. We know what you're doing, but you know what? You guys know you are on a dish. Mazi Nnamdi will come out triumphantly. Onyendu will come out because he said, I'll read from the front. One thing is certain, at the end of all this journey, the two IPOB will emerge. I have showed you what Chinasa Nworu said, but I will play the voices of them. I want you to listen to Chinasa Nworu and Chikedozium and Austin and this guy they call him Zurumike. Then you understand the kind of people that God, because you see Chukwu Kabiama, that's the reason why God do things. Even Yeshua knew that those that we are going to sold him. Onyendu knows these people by their name. I can categorically tell you that Mazi Nnamdi knows all these people. But you need them to accomplish this journey. They are required. In our part to succeed and to restore Biafra. You see these people, they're required. And that's why we're here. Anybody telling you that it's going to be an easy fight? No, because you go. Some of you have forgotten that Onyendu say, go and watch Enemy at the Gate. I will recommend you tonight, again, Biafrans, I'm reminding you tonight, go and watch a movie called Enemy at the Gate. You understand the part Chikedozium and his gang are playing. They are in the both side of the aisle. The double standard. Before Onyendu was religion, Onyendu urged all of us. And that night Onyendu said this thing, that same night, I don't know if Saturday or so, I was lying in my bed, I just tuned into Netflix. I watched that movie. I don't have time to watch movie because I'm preoccupied with what I do and IPOB. I don't watch football. For years now, I don't have time. I don't. I'm giving up a lot of stuff. I don't watch a movie. I got about 4 television in my house, everything. I don't. Because my kids will tell you that he's on phone all the time. Just like today, my son was asking me. He was born 2015 when I came back from the zoo. I gave him Nnamdi. First film now, the kind of shirt we printed in United Kingdom here, I bought 4. When he came out from birth, he was wearing free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He was asking me, Daddy, who is this? And I explained to him who Onyendu is and what Onyendu stand for and why I gave him his name. These are kids that were born in England. Doesn't matter what you do. They got privilege. But I have to tell him that this is the guy and give him the history a little bit about our internal leader. And that's what we owe to them, to tell them why we're doing what we are doing. My birthday, this past birthday, I posted a card because they made a card with their hand. I don't need anybody to tell me happy birthday. I posted it on Facebook because they remember, they know what I stand for. That's what I'm saying. What have you given up for you to be a Biafran? Am I talking to Biafran because I live here? I could have said, you know what? Like I have decided I'm not going back, but I want the freedom of my people. And this is what they call volunteer with all my heart. We work day and night tirelessly to make sure that our people have a place they call their own. That's why we have come out. I didn't come out to come and make friends or make kindred or have meeting or make you love me. No. We already been oppressed. Our people been oppressed. We are here to, to redeem the dignity of mankind, of the people of Biafra. That's why we're here. So, I will play their voices and comment on them. I'm not going to be long. A couple of their voices I'm going to play, and looking forward on what's going to happen next week. But before then, let's listen to their voices and see those people that we are. Onyendu has given this mantle of leadership to lead us. Yeah.
Suspend the sit at home. And I asked our people, those that I had discussion, I said, but what is the reason? Did Onyendu give any reason why we should suspend it? And they said he didn't give a reason. And I asked them, but you tell me, what reason would I give Biafrans why I am suspending this sit at home when our demands has not been met? That was my question. I asked those both in DOS and those who were not in DOS that I had the opportunity to speak with. They were there the news. I asked them, what will be the reason I have to give? And with that, sorry, I think I'm trying to mix a little thing here, but the lawyers have not come back to us now. Now, this is before the night, the first day of it. So when I was asking them, what is the reason they want us to suspend this thing? And they told me that we should use NECO as an excuse. I mean, we should use NECO because of the exam that the people are trying to hold. And I said, but NECO doesn't really, it's not the strongest excuse to give Biafrans why we should stop the sit at home. And I will be very, very frank. And I will take the responsibility. I haven't said it on air before because it's not, I don't come on air and I said, because there is no reason from our leader that we should stop this sit at home, that we are going to go ahead with the sit at home. And then we went ahead with the first sit at home. After we did the first sit at home, and it was a huge success, unbelievably successful. Then, after that same Monday after the sit at home, the lawyers had a visit again to Onyendu, and they now came back and said that Onyendu said we must suspend that sit at home. So that message came now the second time, and I said, okay, if Onyendu insists, after the evidence we have provided that this thing was successful and that our people were willing to do it, if he insists, I will suspend it. And I suspended it. That instruction came from Onyendu. And anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. And that's how I will answer that question for you. Now, when we mount up that pressure.
For those that might be listening, the first voice you heard was Mazi Chike Dozem voice, where he's narrating. He's narrating how the reason why he actually disobeyed the highest command in IPOB, which is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But probably we're going to hear him again, where he's actually admitting that we must not isolate our leader, on his own words. That is how pertinent and very, obvious on the part and how double standard this guy is. How ridiculous and obnoxious Mazi is. So many people does not understand the words that comes out of their mouth. And the definition of that word is what you must take home. Chike Doziem knew. And they have admitted. And this was when all this Umuada highway put him on check because he was working with them. And they ridiculed him in a meeting and posted it on social media. He admitted there that we will always be pushed across that Onyendu is in charge. What my question is, when you listen to this voice, what has changed? He accepted that that's why he's an obedient follower. So many people think that, some people tell you, oh, you're fighting DOS. This has nothing to do with DOS. DOS is Mazi Nnamdi. Mazi Nnamdi is DOS, which is the body that governs IPOB. Chikerizem is occupying position there with all this gang of cabal that he had just built. To weaken IPOB within. I want you to use your frontal lobe. Allow it to work. Critical think. This is the word our leader's wife was giving you guys. When somebody says something, critical analyze. That is why this program is called critical analysis. It's critical when you come here to you to listen to what we say. Question is, what has changed for Chike Doziem for questioning Mazi Nnamdi to give him his reason why he should suspend it at home? But as God might have it, the reasons are now staring at Chike Doziem faces. Chike Doziem, the question with your cabal is now, what are you going to do to now reverse the cost and the mayhem in Biafra land? Because it was just one single disobedience from you. The whole Biafra land is ablaze. That is why you must understand that you cannot even fit in Mazi Nnamdi kind of finger. Because what Onyendu see, he said he see things in, even the zoo, all of them today agree with Onyendu directly or indirectly because everything Mazi Nnamdi have uttered from his word, from his mouth has come to pass. Only thing that remains is say Biafra will be the last miracle. And that's where we are now. That's why I'm telling people, don't go weary on the path we are going. All you need to do, make sure you take a stand and take the path of the truth, which is the path of Mazi Nnamdi. Nothing else. You all know, if you follow Onyendu's direction, your heart is peaceful. Like I said, if I finish this program, I go to bed. My woman knows me. She's telling me, I have a sleeping disorder. In this country, that got name for everything. You sleep like a baby because I think nothing. I owe nobody anything. My heart is clean. I speak with no grudges against Chike Doziem, but only I'm pointing out to Chike Doziem to him to understand that Mazi Nnamdi kind of life is in danger. Chike Doziem oversee people desecrating the palace of Afali Kubek, which Mazi Nnamdi is apparent heir to the throne today, which is your leader. And he said nothing. You want me, George Umeh, to shut my mouth? That is why in old days, we were the people, I think it was our set that were born before things changed in Biafra land. Because we know that people don't lie in our place. Where I came from, people don't lie. If you lie, there's something that happened to me when I was growing up in my family, and that was the thing that stemmed me from our people. I became so, I don't know how to say it. I became abstained because when I see segregation in a very gang-up manner, this blackmail, even people are dying because of their lying. People still hell-bent. That's how bad it was. So Chike Doziem, question to you to question Mazi Nnamdi. I think you see what that question has brought us to. And Soludo today, or yesterday I saw, I think Ezelari made himself proud to stand in that gap to tell the Zoological Republic, whoever is wearing masks ruling the country, because the Buhari died in 2015 or 2017, which everybody was aware of it. 2017 to be precise. And buried in shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. There's no question about it. There's no apology. That is very clear. If they say it's no, they don't put it in the charge they give our leader and they will prove it in the court of law. which the court of law does not exist. It doesn't function in that damnable geological republic. We don't just come out and talk. Onyendu have taught us well. And one thing you must understand is this. IPOB is not a tea party. We are freedom fighters. And we are fighting demons. Because Biafra has remained the only thing that's Biafra is the only thing standing between the light and darkness. Once Biafra is restored, they know the light has come on this fucking earth. Because Biafra will change everything, especially in our race. Regardless where you find yourself in the world, you'll become proud. Because we are godly people. My question to Chikedozim tonight. Did you see, when you question your God, the repercussion of it? Did you see, for singular disobedience, what has become of Biafra land today? And Onyendu still reiterates, when he had the opportunity to speak, I think it's 20 seconds, for the first time, all this while has been held incommunicado in court. He said, let Biafra land be peaceful. That is why I'm here. You know, when I had that voice, I wasn't surprised, but, you know, I was fulfilled. Do you know why? Because I know who I'm following. I didn't just wake up and join IPOB. I had a voice. And that voice was missing in my soul. Mazi now, the kind of voice is an angelic voice. Only people that were divine, that was one of my friends. There was a day I sent him link that the Onyendu was on David Cameron. The guy said, George, no, we're not listening to this. And later the guy told me my mom is booking mass for Onyendu. I said, well, it's fine. Because, you know, what we see, you can't see it. We attached our leader because the spirit that is in our leader. If you're pure, I'm not saying that, you know, just a little bit of it. That blessing will be upon you. Because you're dealing with a man that is very, 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 our leader is whiter than snow. Even if you go close to Onyendu, so many people that got privileged to our leader think that Onyendu is an ordinary person. When he came to UK here, I warned all these people. I said, this man is not an ordinary person. The first time I had privilege to see our leader, I tell them, I don't want to go close to Onyendu. Because you know why? There's something in him that you don't know. That is what, no matter who Onyendu is, he can't do him anything. Even those people coming to all of them are being careful. Don't forget that the first DSS that manhandled Onyendu, after that thing happened, the guy fell. Our leader is not a man he can touch anyhow and leave tomorrow. My question to Chike is, what has changed to project that Onyendu is being charged? He knew this, Chike does. My question to you, what has changed? And you know you're putting our leader in danger by publicly admitting that he disobeyed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on Radio Biafra. And people keep quiet, saying leadership, protect leadership. Which leadership are you protecting? You need to explain it to me. Anyway, let's go back. Let's go on with the one they call China Sanwo-Olu, the devil himself.
They started, everywhere started to panic. When we declared this sit at home, we got a message from the leader that we should call off this sit at home. I don't want to go deep on people. There were people who played a very dangerous role against that sit at home for their own selfish interest. Because I expect you to come here to ask. When we put sit at home, you saw that Ohaneze Ndigbo, you saw the people opposing the sit at home. You saw them. And you saw people who were giving them thumb up. It is that destruction they want in IPOB. It is to destroy and discredit the IPOB leadership. After due consultation with our leader, we went ahead, conducted the first sit at home that was carried around.
Just for record purposes, if a pathological liar, this idiot, if he's a human being, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was spirit leader. Suspended sit at home 96 hours before Chinasa Nworu come up on air and announce that sit at home. He said after due consultation. The clown speak English, he don't even understand the meaning. He said after due consultation with our leader. But your leader told you 96 hours before that first sit at home. I want to follow this particular audio just bit by bit because I want people to take this home. This guy, if he's a human being, like I said, which is not interest to me, but I will address him like like an imposter, personally. But I know he's a human being because I remember 2015 when Onyendu went to Kuwait. He hosted our leader then, but there was no video shot to show who the guy was. Like he's claiming that Onyendu said, hide yourself on social media as a who. That is a lie. This is when he was trying to sell himself because they plan all these things. He projected Kanu Takanu to be a leader once Onyendu was rendition. Kanu Takanu to help and asked him, are you demented? When they had Simon Ekpa was going to be their leader, all of them go ballistic. That's where all of them get problem. After they share 747,000. What you be asking Chinasa Nworu, I just want to point out when he say due consultation. That's why I'm stopping it. Yeah? Then I'm going to go forward to explain.
The war. Our leader continued to send message that they sit at home. We should call it off.
Yeah, but did you hear him say previously? Okay, I'm going to push this back. Before our leader was sending message. Let's listen to this. I want you to listen to this.
I had conducted the first sit at home that was carried around the world. Our leader continued to send message that they sit at home. We should call it off. The message continued to come. Everybody was reluctant to call it off.
One thing I want to say, Biafram, don't forget that this is a spot check. When they say Q&A, moron. Do you see him come to the Biafra to do this Q&A again? Because they do stage manage to call people. You know, Onyendu normally do Q&A on Fridays. You know, across board will call Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And Onyendu doesn't get angry. The one thing is that leaders are born. You can't make yourself a leader when you're not one. Just like as I am here now, yeah? If I put a telephone, like me and Mazi's age, we used to allow people to call with the critical questions within IPOB. I'm not bragging. I'll answer it and ease and lecture you as well on top of it. So Onyendu does not open phone because why would I get angry with an IPOB member if I'm pure? I only direct you. She doesn't want to get angry on people because they are lying. That's why they can't come here anymore to answer questions. All these audios we are playing, you see how God deals with them. They don't know that Chukwu Okabiama work in a mysterious way. Now, somebody called on Radio Biafra, asked a question, and now is giving reason why they didn't suspend the sit at home. But he didn't tell the person that before he came to Radio Biafra to announce it, 96 hours before the announcement, Onyendu have instructed them. Just like Chikeleze previous said that Onyendu sent message, then he asked why. That time is asking why was 96 hours. Do you know what is 96 hours? 24 hours make a day. 24 hours makes a day. So put it in, calculate it, 96 hours. How many days was it? How many hours? I want somebody to tell me 96 divided by 24. You tell me how many days, how many hours was it? How many days was it? And he's telling you after due consultation. Just like he said in one of his ranting that code of conduct told him that when Onyendu is not there, Chikeleze takes over. He asked him on which code of conduct on which paragraph in code of conduct did you read that? Who do you think you're talking to? Some kind of idiots or some morons are you speaking to? Critical analysis is not for my comrade Mazi Ezumezu normally said that it is not a popular demand, and I concord with him. It is not a popular demand. It opens your umlangata. You know, that front rope is what we are targeting to wake you up. Don't carry that way with your leadership. Leadership with what do is tantamount to zero. That's what they used to blackmail people. Today, they are now openly begging people to go back to their zone, even after they have now diverting our money. They're eating blood money. That generation will pay dearly for this. For their Mazi and IPOB at large. Chukwuka Biama will never forgive them. Mark my words somewhere, George Umeh said it without. I'm telling you that Chukwuka Biama will never allow Chike Doziem and his gang of, you see this cabal they be with IPOB, they will never go scot-free. Mark my word. We see people die miserably. I don't want to mention their names. And you could see their condition. Even Onyendu is in DSA. Look at Mazi Nnamdi. Can you compare Mazi Nnamdi with Chike Doziem or Austin Albani? Just because I wanted to see Chida Sanwo-Olu. If you're a human being, unveil yourself. Mazi Nnamdi did not ask you to hide yourself because you are irrelevant, my brother. I'm telling you, if you're a human being. But like I said, they want to use you. That's why they want to use you. When he started shouting like a mad dog, I knew that we were driving somewhere. I knew there's something not real about you. Even I have defended that name without even knowing who the name was. And I have evidence to back it up. Like we said, we don't just talk anyhow. But let's continue listening to him.
Why I'm explaining this thing is that at the end of the day, I want you who have supported them, because they sit at home Monday, our people have been voluntarily. When we announced they sit at home, we got messages. Even we are not normal. We know that spoken word cannot be retrieved back. But the enemies of this struggle, they continue to attack the sit at home. They continue to bring excuses that NATO is coming. This one is coming. The university is 6 months on strike till now. They use it to blackmail the IPOB leadership, if you are not aware. Everywhere was that the Chike Doziem and China Sanwo-Olu, they don't listen to what Mazi Nnamdi is saying.
Now, I just want to, like I said, this is a critical analysis. This platform, it doesn't mean like morons, or people that are using pseudonym to come and comment is irrelevant. The same person that just told you that Onyendu was saying that everybody was reluctant. Now he's more saying that what he hear that everybody is saying that Chike Doziem and Chida Sanwo-Olu does not listen to Mazi Nnamdi. Do you see how contradictive he's in one particular section? He's talking, contradicting himself, because once he lie, it requires 100. If you lie one lie, at least you need 10 to 20 to cover it up. And that is why when they were making all this comment, they never knew. They didn't see this particular side of what we are doing coming, because Chukwuka Biama have planted this particular day for them. Little do they know. They don't know. And they don't know what is coming.
That they disobeyed Mazi Nnamdi. And you are one of those people. I am making you a direct accusation. Some of you, like you, were part of the people carrying all this kind of rumor that Mazi Nnamdi told them to allow somebody to come on radio. They refused. Mazi Nnamdi told them to cancel the sit at home. They refused. I know this struggle. That word that I spoke, because it was in conformity in what the leadership agreed, and it was the best for.
Did you listen to him? That it was in conformity with what the leadership agreed, and it was best for the leadership. But the same person told you in the same particular section that Onyendu was sending message to suspend the sit at home, but it was conformity with what the leadership. He asked a question: who is this leadership with Mazi Nnamdi? I will give you an assignment tonight. Go, if you're not a principal officer, you can go back to your coordinator. You've taken oath before. The content of the oath, because the oath is something that we do it under 5-10 minutes. Some people don't remember the wording. Now, or you don't remember those wording. He just walked away. Or our code of conduct, you can go to your coordinator and request for, because I send it to people in my zone. I email it to everybody. Because as a member of IPOB, once you take oath, our accompany it with the code of conduct. Those that were in IPOB when the code of conduct was not actually in black and white, I email it to all of them. It's your duty to you to understand. Just like when you go to job, there's code of conduct in every job you go today that you are working under. You must abide to it. If you don't abide to it, you intend to lose your job. So go read the code of conduct and tell me where in that code of conduct Chinasa Nworu or Chikedoziem's name was mentioned. Or where the position there say that is a permanent position there. The answer is no. But you can listen to this clown trying to project himself what he's not. But people like us are here to undo them because we know that the contract they have taken is to destroy IPOB within, but they will destroy their generation. That's a promise.
The struggle. But you were there when people were blackmailing Chinasa Nworu and Chikedoziemo. It was to avoid saying that we disobey Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because we must always listen to him, whether in the DSS
International.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and I was saying that I thank sister that just spoke, especially again because at the last conclusion of her statement, she said it all because she said, I'm the second in command. I'm the second in command. The first in command is there. I cannot honestly be expected to take over the work of the first command. The first command is reachable. He is still in charge. And that is what I have been trying to let our people know. That is also what the enemy wants us to do. They want us to isolate our leader. Isolate him in the sense that believing that he's not in control. Oyendu is in control, and that is what we must push across. I am second in command. When there are issues...
Fellow comrades, critical analysis, we don't play gimmicks here. Neither do we propagate falsehood. Whatever we do fact check first before we commence on it. I start with the voice of Chikedoziem on this DOS, this gang of DOS. This gang of, board of DOS. I wish the word board of DOS. That's the right word because DOS is this is arm of government arms that govern IPOB. Yeah, that's the department of IPOB that foresee IPOB day-to-day affair. So I would say some of the board of DOS that have turned into a cabal. It was questioned our leader in the beginning of this particular audio why the sit-at-home must be suspended. Right? But now, you will listen to what he's saying. I want you to carry on going.
That I can deal with immediately and deal with as second command that does not need the input of Oyendu, I deal with them. Because I know he has taught me how to deal with those issues. But if weighty issues that we need the first in command to make an input, I will act according to his instructions. And as I'm speaking to you, Oyendu is seized of the allegations about his head of finance. I know the instructions as he told me to carry out. Based on that, he has not asked me to remove anybody, and I cannot remove anybody because Oyendu, people are going around saying, I said it on my broadcast. And I'm very disappointed. Are we deliberately trying to isolate him? Because that is what they want us to do. We must push it all the time that the Oyendu is in charge. That is what scares our enemy. If we reduce his authority, we are putting him in danger. And I cannot be part of that. So until he tells me in that very serious allegation, very serious matter that he appointed the head of finance and taking into account that these allegations have been there before he got this issue that he has now. He was already aware of it. He hasn't acted on them, and up to now he hasn't asked me to act on it. I don't think it's reasonable for me to act without his authority. I can't do that. That is why I'm a very, very simple, obedient follower. That is how it is. I know where my responsibility lie. I know where my duties lie. I know where I am expected to act, and in those areas, be rest assured that I will act. where the input of Oyendu is needed, I will wait for his input before I act. We are here also, we may disagree on that, but that is my outlook of this whole situation. I have been in this movement.
Okay, this is the second voice of Chike Doziem, and this voice was actually when the Omada Highway put him on check. From the beginning of this audio, where Chike Doziem was asking Onyendu questions. Apparently, for those that don't know, Onyendu called off this sit at home. That's when I say 96 hours, but I'll give you the date, which is on 5th of September 2021. 5th of September 2021, Onyendu instructed that this sit at home must not go forward. Then nobody were aware of this. Yeah? And that day was a visitation whistled and they called for lockdown. And the lockdown was called on the 9th of September. That was when they called that. And because of there, when he was making this reference about when he asked those that bring the message, because Onyendu's order must be respected. Onyendu don't have to give you a reason. That is why NECO came in, because they were questioning Onyendu. And now a suggestion came in and said, keep the reason that NECO, because our people, our children must go to school. If need be, whereas Onyendu have already given you instruction, do not go forward with this particular sit at home. IPOB started sit at home since 2016, and we have been successful. Lockdown, we use it as our BizBite referendum we done, on 2016. Every sit at home is lock and key. We've done it, so it's not the first time. But we call sit at home. We dissolve it. No one has ever had. Onyendu was in the dungeon 2015, 16, 17, 18 to 19. We had numerous sit at home. For one day, it was never discussed how about of that sit at home. That is where you know that Chike Doziem and his gang of parades they're not here to restore Biafra. They're here for their own agenda. And that agenda, majority of the contract they have taken, they fell and now stumbling into what they have done. But for the record's sake, Onyendu call off that sit at home. Even he called it off within the IPOB leadership by saying, so, don't go forward. Listen, Onyendu say, don't go forward with the sit at home announcement on the Biafra on the 5th of September. And they call for this lockdown on the 9th of September. So, I don't know what else to tell you, because at the end of the day, and you will ask yourself, Biafra land today, who is responsible? Even those people that are causing those mayhem today in Biafra land, that's courtesy of Chike Doziem, and as I accepted, that is going to take responsibility. And all the responsibility falls in his shoulder and without no apology. Let's move forward on their voices.
For Alpha Power Media International.
To court. With the state of the mind you have seen our leader, do you think our leader is not capable of making any decision? Something he sees may affect him or affect the struggle. That's number one. Number two, the IPOB leadership is not taking orders. Every order. What Mazi Nnamdi is doing is to...
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Times are different with the time we are in. The kind of detention somebody is equating to that you don't take orders is the time.
Yeah, sorry for that. Is actually I kind of make a mistake. It was on 5th of August 2021. Yeah, to 5th of August. 5th of August. Yeah, 5th of August 2021. 5th of August. 5th of August. And the sit at home was called on the 9th of August. So just get that record straight.
why when messages passes from one hand to another before it gets to the leader. Now, we have been in this struggle. We work with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ask the lawyers. There are message. If they bring it, we told them this message is not what we expect. That means the message might be diluted. We now use our brain and decode the remaining things we have to do. That is why we are...
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Now, this is still China Sanwo-Olu talking. That they can ask the lawyers that when they brought message, some message has been diluted. Now they use their brain to decode it. Do you see where our problem lies? That is why I said before, and the point of reference on this whole thing is Uche Mofo. That's why we have Radio Biafra. Uche Mofo now sometimes comes up on middle of night and make a broadcast, repeat it in the morning. So those that were asleep will listen to that particular broadcast uncensored. But he had him now saying that when there is a message, he cannot go back to he can't go to DSS dungeon to meet Onyendu. But when Onyendu has been sent message, the message he accepts is one that suits him. The one he felt that it doesn't suit him, now he rack shoulder with our leader and use their brain. So why do you need message from Onyendu? Why don't you use your brain and run IPOB if you are capable of doing it? If the messages that are bringing to you been censored, all you need to do is board a plane and come down to the zoo. You accuse Bruce Fame of being paid 50,000 anytime you go to the zoo. He's an American, but he's going to see our leader. But you live in Kuwait in desert. He never attempt to go see our leader. Even when they accuse you went home, he denied it. And he using Fine Boy as an alibi. He put your camera. But it probably is a fact. Because on what you guys are doing, there's nothing they say you guys do. I will come out and say you didn't do it. Because you guys have done capable things that no one even aware. I've defended that name without even know where it was happening. But people like us, we don't just jump into, because in IPOB, we don't blackmail. Our code of Sunday say irrefutable evidence. I can't just come out here and be talking, mentioning people's name, calling Chikedoziem. If I don't have evidence against Chikedoziem, I wouldn't do it. Because Chikedoziem have got some evidences against him within IPOB leadership. I'm a principal officer. There's things you have done that he shouldn't have done. Even things you have said publicly that he shouldn't have said. Like questioning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is what that disqualified Chikedoziem from being involved in any part of IPOB arm of leadership. Uchenna Asiebu was only thing that kicked him out of IPOB. He disobeyed Onyendu. To suspend his comrade, he disobeyed Onyendu. And that was it for him.
There are many people who have refused to respect and obey this IPOB structure. Some people went home. They said, because it's only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu I will respect. When he is out, I will come out. But let me give you a message. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also take advice from the IPOB leadership. We do advise each other when we have things. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is somebody who takes advice. Put in your mind, you have closed every door to even work with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because I know when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out, you go to him and tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because you were not there, I didn't want to work. And if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tell me to work with you, I will tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I won't work with you. Because if in your absence, you don't respect the leadership, you don't work with anybody in the leadership. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is out, you come to work with the leadership. We won't work with you. It's as simple as ABCD. And he will understand our stand. Because you can't insult. We are building a nation. We are building a country, an institution. Now, at the end of the day, if
I want to comment, because you see, a blackmailer sometimes they become, obnoxious. Now, some people who doesn't understand will say, "Oh, he said we are building a nation." Oh, some people who doesn't respect the leadership when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was there. But how would the person respect you while you are indirectly sitting on indirect insubordination, grossly one? against the leadership of IPOB, which is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Can you know, the point I'm making here, the reason why we continue to play these voices, because these people has got no voice to talk any longer. They will remain, their mouth will be hanged on their jaw to the rest of their generation, because they have by the finger that fed them. He's telling you about leadership, but his boss is not being respected. So how you intend now to run IPOB, that we are building a nation? You building a nation, your leader is being incommunicado based on the nation you want to achieve. Now, the only thing, and your boss, the hierarchy which is them know, we should not isolate our leader. You yourself knows that, because we did not isolate Onye in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, T20. That is why IPOB still exists. Because if it was this pattern you guys are using that we use, IPOB could have died a natural death. So what you're saying, you actually violate need, but you're still talking about it. Very, very important. People pick up your words.
What if Biafra comes today? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu retire, that he said he don't want to be the leader. A new.
For your information, Onyendu said once Biafra is restored, you moron, because I know you don't follow our leader. Onyendu said the day Biafra is restored, everybody stand down and his job is finished. None of his family member will held any position in IPOB, China Sanwo, if you're real. I will put in Onyendu because I know you don't follow our leader. Because if you follow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you will remember his words when you talk. When Biafra is restored, none of us will stand talking about leadership. Everybody will stand down. The Biafran people now will now decide who is going to rule them, and everything will be done in the open for record purposes.
Leader emerge. You say you won't respect that place, then you go home and you sleep and close your mouth shut. It is stupidity and the ignorance. Anybody opening his mouth anywhere and say, I don't listen to anybody, only Mazi Nnamdi. You are stupid. When you are making such comment, it doesn't show that you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That does not what it means.
Of course you do. When you are indirectly disobeying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it's 100% are those that love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because China Sanwo, if you were not a threat to Onyendu, by you coming out and say that Mazi was sending message, everybody was reluctant. I don't think anybody. I said I have defended that name. I don't know you. I don't need to know you because we have a structure. So anybody that today that has gone against you is those that still have their discerning mind intact. Just know that.
It shows how stupid and selfish and ignorant you are. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not only him, it's IPOB. It's not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that. It is the IPOB made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu lead IPOB to the glory also.
For information, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made IPOB because without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, there wouldn't be IPOB. Just know that. Indigenous people of Biafra, all of us are indigenous people of Biafra, but that name to excel, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made it possible. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu registered it here in the United Kingdom. He has that vision. So for you say that IPOB made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that's a wrong word. Like I said, you are a vindictive against our leader. And that is why you are the first person to come to Radio Biafra to take on Kanu Takano, telling Biafrans that he know what happened to his brother. And Onyendu sent message, but today none of you addressed it. The way you talk shows that you are far from the reality. IPOB did not make Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu slept in the street of London here in Tesco, before confirmed it. When he lost his home here because he was sponsoring Radio Biafra. Kanu Young, his younger brother, was living here with him. So two of them was going through this struggle. None of you know. So for you to say that IPOB made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you're a very, very devilish person. For your information, IPOB is in, just some people are claiming that they are indigenous people. Nobody take that away from you. But that name, to become what it is today, someone made it what it is today. And that is why this is one of the problems of fighting United Kingdom. For you to remove that name, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, from Company's House. It was that single movement for him to register IPOB in Company House that brought us to where we are today. So for you to open your God to say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not make IPOB made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that's a fundamental error. Correct yourself. Okay?
trying to say only when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out, you come back to the struggle. That is for you. Remember, most of you, we have marked many of you. There are some of you who have, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had problem. I'm not asking you to respect me. I don't need respect from you. Respect the institution. Respect the structure of IPOB. Some of you who come and talk rubbish on social media talk, you are not giving up to my younger sisters. You are not giving up to my younger sisters. Some of you not even up to my younger brothers. You are not giving up to my cousins. People who respect us. We have a lot of people who respect us. You are nobody. But you come, you put your mouth, because talk is free. You come, you demonize the leadership. You think tomorrow, if when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out, you come, you say, because that time Mazi Nnamdi, that time you go and walk in the office of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If he takes you, you walk there. If he don't take you, you take your bag and go home and sit. Dear friends and all the lovers of freedom, we have stayed very long on this program.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
There are things we can praise the pot in everything we scatter. Yes. But as we are planning it also, we take, sometimes we do inform our leader also. We say, wait. But there is a time we also, because we don't want what happened in there. We don't want what happened.
You know why I'm playing all this guy voice? I want IPOB, genuine IPOB member that still have their frontal rope walking. Chike Doziem is a green snake in a green grass. And had this guy they call Abani now become the real chameleon within. Now, both of them think they are not, they're not audible to talk. So probably they think they found voice on this guy, this pseudo guy called China Sanwo-Olu. If you listen to amount of blunder this guy have made on Radio Biafra, all these things he's hearing is his response on Radio Biafra where we worship against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I don't understand if some of you understand the implication of what this guy have said with his own mouth. This is just chunk of it. I allow it tonight to play because for a reason. I just want you to listen to Chike Doziem. Listen to Chike Doziem have said his own, judge himself. That is bad. But this guy called China Sanwo-Olu, listen to him and the way he talk. He will be saying something, indicting himself on that same talk he's talking about. But because he has already hell bent on what he's doing. Just listen to him. Onyendu will send message sometimes we inform Onyendu, but sometimes they use, he's projecting the Radio Biafra that Onyendu message is quite irrelevant to what the decision they make. So after you listening to this, what does this tell you? And how do you think our enemy perceive this? Like Chike Doziem have already admitted that we must at all time project that Onyendu is still in charge. I just want you guys to use that critical thinking. Our leader wife mentioned this when she was talking. And the frontal lobe retreat our leader. And people thinking, that's why this is a critical analysis. We are not here to pat people at back. It doesn't matter if it's one person. Because Onyendu say 100 men and women with clean heart. If we have pure, genuine people, because IPOB is more than 100 countries in the world, one in which one country, Biafra will be restored. But we must be pure. After listening to this guy, the damage that this guy, China Sanwo-Olu, what have come out of this guy, man, the people that knows him, they must make him available when the time is right. God be my witness.
During the sit-at-home order to repeat itself. We don't want an order we will give now. The enemies will, and we feel it may be too early. We don't want to do it based on what, because of these enemies, infiltrators. Let me tell you something.
This is the tools they use to confuse so many IPOB members. They say the enemy, and they tell you infiltrators, they call autopilot. All these things was orchestrated to divert your attention. But if you will go down and sit down and listen to this guy's voice, what has come out of his mouth, and how those voices was eating them up by himself, you ask yourself, who is the real autopilot? Who is the real infiltrator within IPOB? Who is the real enemy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Chinasa Nworu is the #1 enemy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. Quote me anywhere. After you listen to, this is just chunk of his voice, and all this allowed on our platform we paid for. On our platform we paid for. Onyendu used to take a very accolade that the whole world listened to Radio Biafra. I'm still asking, is it the same Radio Biafra? Listening to this clown, this is his voice.
Tell you something. This thing we are doing, if we don't handle it very well, because that is what the government wants us to do. When we just mention back, you will see they will use anybody. You saw what happened in the sit at home. You saw it.
Did you see what he just said? He said this is what government want us to do if he mentioned back. That is why when they start mentioning his name, every state managed zoo they will mention Chinasa Nworu because he's in contact with these people. I've said it before, and I don't just say things without any backing it up. Why are they mentioning his name? Even the person that was never in any IPOB platform mentioned to be heading any security architect within IPOB. That's #1. In this particular audio, you will listen to him what the government want us to do if we mention back. And I said it before, whatever Chinasa Nworu do is liable to it. It has nothing to do with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Biafra land is in turmoil. It's not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it's in them, because Mazi Onyendu instructed them almost 4 days before they made it. Was on 5th of August 2021, and that lockdown started on 9th. Do the math. So it's on record. That's why we have to reiterate it all the time. And Onyendu, the opportunity they had in court, he made it clear that he want Biafra land to be peaceful. Chinasa Nworu was the first person to use the Biafra to blackmail a fellow comrade. First started with Canon Takano. That Canon Takano told them that Onyendu was in the mountain to tell Biafra, oh, he knew what happened to his brother. And that was the campaign the whole people carried up. Chinasa Nworu, if he's a human being, he have done so much stuff that, listen, if you not question who is this guy. I remember one of my comrade in my zone was when the guy was literally an autopilot, if you want to use the word, but I called him disgruntled up IPOB because of all this nonsense going on. There was question, who is this Chinasa Nworu? Then we are defending that we don't have to know every IPOB principal officers. Yeah, fair enough. If he was in a good course. But when the light have shed and the truth comes out, you find out that this guy is an impostor. And I know his position in IPOB. And I've speak to people that is very close. I'm a principal officer. That's things I know. I don't have to come here and be ranting about it. But I'm holding them responsible for their own words they have uttered. I'm going to deal with them tonight because it's almost 2 hours. Probably I'm going to have a midweek program this week, maybe like Wednesday. I want to go into their errats, and what transpired in Germany and all that. I'm going to talk about it. Probably it's not going to be tonight because I'm going to have a very busy week. This week we are coming in, even though I put a lot. I've got my personal stuff to do as well. But like I was saying, so at the end of the day, if you listen to all this he's saying, you ask yourself, which way do we go? But I want this to finish before I end this program.
You saw it that just to announce something for the benefit of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because he was not listening. You saw it. You saw his brothers came out, issued their own press release. You saw this is what they are waiting for. They came to counter all the effort and that pronouncement. What people don't understand, they were fighting a wrong fight. That pronouncement, that the same day I made that pronouncement, one thing people don't know is this. I didn't make that pronouncement by my own power. But somehow I was asked to always go on radio to speak to our people. And that was the time I was given that instruction. And the moment I pour out that word, it becomes like waking the... Even when we want to call it off, the members of the DOS was saying we cannot call this thing off. But it's because of the pressure, putting pressure on Onyendu. And at the end of the day, it's the sit at home not heading to YA. People capitalize on it.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Because it really proves to be that way. I don't want to ever say that. I want to ever evidence. Because see,
enwere every evidence igosi that na ihe niile ga-eme onye ndu nọ n'aka Chukwu. Can you imagine? Hi, alụ eme.
And the evidence should all reaction of human being. All human reaction. Right? If a like this, how a human being should react.
Yes.
Is how we are reacting. But all the muka, spiritually, all the muka, he also
yeah. I think so too.
Yes, and all the muka, or what came back at
For those that are listening, for abundance of that, the person you hearing his voice is this guy called Tony Nzumike, the wretched fool that was sleeping in our office in Germany, and this is the audio, one of the audio that he passed on to their distractor to blackmail our head of finance, a virtuous woman, but Chineke na kpọrọ ekwensu kpọrọ ọkụ. And at the same time, they are blackmailing their own self because, like I said, once you're not pure in this struggle, okay, we always bring you out. He was asked a question on this conversation. We don't know who he was talking to. What hope do we have about our leader coming out? He said that is in the God, Onanaka Chukwu means is in only God. We just tell you the mindset of the people that purportedly are the people reading us. So, and the person that is using this now to do program now saw opportunity and know that he's dealing with a bunch of clowns. Why wouldn't he jump on it? I just want this audio to finish, and this program will call you a dead.
After this stage,
yes, yes, all time.
Yes, although
yeah.
You see, kind of check on.
That is the way it looks like.
You see, that's.
I will talk about this tomorrow because I'm from the reason why. I'm from the reason why this kind of thing. I'm not going anybody that this kind of tree or just first one is Zoya, so just second one.
Zoya.
Yeah.
Zoya.
Okay, you know what is they talking about? Onyendu went to Kenya, Ezo, and our head of finance. No, this is the where you need to start asking question. If you guys are actually relevant to Onyendu, or if Onyendu trusts you guys as you claim, why did Onyendu not tell his so-called second in command where he was going? Which of course I knew they know where he was, but they're trying to exempt themselves. But if Madam Nenyanya was aware, why weren't you aware? It tells a lot of stuff. But you see, the reason why I allow this voice to play tonight, because we've been playing this voice, we'll play it to just talk over it, and we'll continue to play it. Anytime I come on air, probably it won't be this chunk of it. But I will always reiterate on this particular, we must take ourselves back to basis where all this mayhem started, right? So this is the person that was having a private conversation. This guy gave a huge amount of information that tantamounted to be is a national security within IPOB, which in turns is what they call, when you give us such information, yeah, it's what they describe as espionage within the in any armed organization or country or your own country you worked for and giving information. Just like you see Joe Biden now, they call it classified information. He was a vice which he has no power to declassify any information. But this guy now is far from that. But he was sent an errand. That errand is what he's here talking. Onyendu knocked his chest that the hardcore IPOB, they will never utter a word. They will drink cyanide. Is Nzurumike part of those people that will drink cyanide? And these are people that is in RCC, in our reconciliation committee, which the guy have bastardized, has gone around now. He is the king of cabal. What they have done, what he's doing is grooming irats to attack people that have done nothing. But they will not see that of them, not while people else are still around. I want this to finish and we'll call it a night.
Ogwaro anybody.
Yes.
How can you create departments who are supposed to report to HOD?
Sorry. Oh, blame Onyendu. Right.
Yeah, this is Nzurumike blaming our leader, so it's very important, you know. And who is using this to do program was Simon Ekpa, which they passed the audio to him, just to Madam Nene, when they carried out that vigorous attack against our finance, they were all in one agreement to make sure they destroy IPOB finance within. But only blockade they've got and they still have is Madam Nene, because Madam Nene, she's not going anywhere. I warned them from the beginning, just like I'm still warning them now. They have got no business with our finance. Onyendu one, men should stay clear from our finance. It's on record. So anybody that trespassing within our finance, that person is the biggest enemy within IPOB and Mazi Nandekano. There's no two ways about it.
Sorry, I remember.
Even he don't even know where our leader is being held. This is the deputy head of Directorate of State, and people will tell you that we are protecting leadership. Nzurumike did not even know where Onyendu is being locked up. Is it the kind of people that they call leaders? The clown does not even know where our leader has been locked up. Now they're taking a shot at our leader. Like I said, these people are devilish. They're evil men.
That was the problem.
Sorry, I remember.
Create a structure. Come here and maintain that structure. So you know, report what you know ahead of you. Get somebody report it to me direct. Report to me direct if for anything make it.
Well, you have few people to go this message for him.
Sorry.
Yeah?
And we were not feeling too much my brother. And before I
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Yes, thank you, wonderful people of Biafra and fellow comrades, those that are watching me. Tonight is a bit of today is a wonderful day, to be quite frankly with you. And this program, earlier on before I start, there was a little bit of itches with my system, but subsequently everything was fine. So I'm gonna stop this program here. Probably midweek I will do a program specifically for couple stuffs. But tonight this program is very, very important that you go back and listen. Those are it's very important that you pay attention on the ears of the words. There's no need of gimmicks any longer. This man within IPOB and the biggest obstacle that IPOB have. But we will stay true. We've done it before. Like I said, we will overrun them because good begot evil. Evil men will not see the light of the day within IPOB. Mazi Nandekano will come out triumphantly. But as it stands today, these people has got no place within IPOB. You know, all of them, they knows that. And not why people like us are around. They know that whatever they have done, there's a consequences and there's a day for them to answer to whatever they have done. I just want to thank every single one of you that have listened and those that are going to watch this program. Your mind has to be open. Your frontal lobes should be activated and you have to critical think. Like our leader's wife said, if somebody said there's someone push something, you ask why. All these words, all these voices you've heard, listen to them again and ask yourself question. Which direction are these people taking us? Every single thing that has happened, this man was warned. There was a direct message from our leader, but they ignored every single one of them. Every single one of them, they ignored it. Tells you all you need to know. I'll rest my case here. And I thank all of you. All I'm going to do again, as I normally do, I will put our leader's lamentation for those three IPOB members, wherever you are hiding. I think it's about time you come out. There's no hiding place. For me, from here, good night.
Our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama biko. Since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abiyama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Awasa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men. Until we redeem our honor. Until we look at integrity and say, we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you. This is Radio Biafra. Now,
For Biafra must be restored, for there is nothing the enemies can do about it. We have come that the will of the Most High may prevail. Radio Biafra is unorthodox. The way we do things are markedly different from how others do it. We are under divine instruction. We have come that Chukwukika may take control of these very proceedings this evening, for we are nothing without him. O Elohim, Chukwukika unto thee we repose all that we are. Do not allow your children, IPOB, to be put to shame. Do not allow us to be devoured by the hands of the wicked. Do not allow us, O mighty one, to fall prey to those who do not know thee. You will deliver us, not because we are righteous, but because of your mercy. Hear our cry and our supplication. We are not armed. We have not killed anyone. We have not jailed anyone. We have not done anything at all to warrant the level of destruction and carnage being visited upon your children. The same way Israel suffered, so is Biafra suffering today. And if you, Elohim, can deliver Israel, so will you deliver Biafra. That is our hope. That is our anchor of everything that we hold dear as a race and as a people. You brought Biafra that light may come into Africa. You gave us hope because we are in a continent of hopelessness. And by thy grace, Biafra shall be restored. We shall be resurrected. We shall crown our efforts with the glory by the grace of the Most High himself. We are not strong. We do not pretend to be strong. All we do is to submit ourselves to your will, that your will may be done upon our lives. We have lost many people. We have lost so many good people. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. We shall honor them, and for their sake, Biafra will come. Israel lost people, and today Israel is here as a beacon of hope in a land filled with darkness. We beseech thee, Elohim, because we are wandering all over the world, hoping against every hope that things will turn around for the better. It has never turned around for the better. Instead, it is getting worse. Please do not abandon your children. You have given us a commission, and we must accomplish it in our lifetime. We have come to honor your holy name. We have come to praise thee. We have come to honor thee, that your name may be glorified, adored, and praised forever and ever. Ise, Ise, Ise.
My gosh. Oh, sorry. This is bizarre. My microphone was off. Sorry, fellow Biafrans, I was talking. Jesus Christ. My apologies, please. My apologies. I think people sent me a message. My voice wasn't coming out. My apologies, please. My apology. I'll mute my mic. I have to start all over again. I've spoke for like about, if I'm not mistaken, 5 minutes. Yes, my fellow Biafrans and wonderful people of Biafra and lovers of freedom. Sorry for that mistakes I did from the beginning. I muted my mic when our leader's prayer was going on, and I carried on because of my heart is heavy this evening. So I have to repeat myself again. Thank you for those that were sending messages that my mic wasn't coming on, and that was my fault. I have to admit to that. And having said that, I have to move forward because I'm not going to be long on this broadcast. To this evening, I have come here, this wonderful people of Biafra, to just let you know what is going on within the family of IPOB. Chike Doziem and his cronies has hell-bent. The agenda Chike Doziem and his cronies have is now evidently to every Biafran. Anybody that have eyes can see what the agenda is. And now they are exhibiting it publicly. They have emboldened that they don't have any fears anymore. They don't care anymore. They do whatever they do. Onyendu's order means nothing to them. Now, this evening, I want to make it clear to every Biafrans, the hardcore IPOB, those that we are called for this particular, journey. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is counting you and I to be those that are going to stand on that gap. As it stands today, there is nobody standing on the gap, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family. All of us claim that Onyendu is our leader. That is a claim, ironically. But none of us thinks about how the immediate family of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go to sleep at night, how his children go to sleep, how his wife go to, how his siblings go to sleep. It pains my heart because IPOB was built under the rock of white and white and whiter than snow. That is what Onyendu, that's the mantra of IPOB. But what we are seeing today is a reverse. Since Onyendu was renditioned, Chike Doziem and his cronies, what they have built is that particular submission that Nyanwodo gave on 2015 to weaken IPOB within IPOB is exactly what they are doing. They are carrying on that agendas. Now, I want every IPOB that still have that frontal rope walking, that have the signing mind to think inward. This man does not want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out from the SS dungeon. This week, one thing I'm going to do tonight, I'm going to play the first audio Soludo submitted himself as he's having affiliation with IPOB. I have never seen anybody came to attack Soludo. IPOB have been asking our elites, or call them opinion molders in Biafra land. Whether you like it or not, at the end of the day, IPOB is we are not a pressure group. We have made our demand very clearly that we want referendum to decide our fate within the enclave of that zoological republic. But at the end of the day, somebody have to carry that particular project. We are not you can't, even though you pick up arm today, that it doesn't matter what you fight with. At the end of the day, somebody have to mediate. Now, the Southeast governors held meeting with Onyendu in 2017. In that meeting, even when he was in prison, they came to him. He told them what you want in Biafra land. He itemized it. I tell them, go to Abuja and get me this to my people. Not for him. 2017, he went to that meeting in Enugu on Southeast governors, which Kanu Takano accompanied him. For those that are saying that IPOB is not a family business and Onyendu's siblings are irrelevant today. Today is where we are hearing that Onyendu's siblings are irrelevant. We didn't hear it when we are going to get Onyendu out. Meme today has been labeled what kind of name. He's the one running Kujo prison back and forth. All of us are in our comfort zone, claiming that we are fighting for Onyendu. They are the ones in the front taking that bullet. Kanu Takano left Germany and went back home. Tour with Onyendu 2017. All the tours Onyendu toured in Biafra land. The day 14th of September 2017, Kanu Takano was in that house where that onslaught went. Even some told he first aided him when he was gassed up. If whatever that guy is, he's the real. If there's a word for media warrior, he's actually the person that's supposed to climb media warrior. So some term Why I'm saying all this is that 2017, when they went to that meeting, Kanu Takano was with Onyendu. No one said that. But today, I had a guy giving an interview in one of the, I think, channel television about if Soludo have legitimacy of having a shorty for Onyendu. It was a statement. Soludo aired his own view. He made it on. I'm going to play his voice because sometimes we don't understand where our problem is coming from. Now, we have people within IPOB working assiduously to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi is not released. This is obvious. Anybody that somewhere telling you, if that guy can come out and say that Soludo does not have the power, Soludo have the executive power. The first person that stands shorty for Onyendu was Abaribe. Abaribe is a senator. Now, Soludo is a governor that is have executive, he's immune. All of them are immune once they're in that particular position until they're out of it. That's why they could not touch Abaribe. Now, he's giving them option. If he cannot release our leader unconditionally, he said, give it to us. Let it be on our shoulder. People say it's a political statement. How is it a political statement? What else do you want from him or from another person that came out? Now, Ikengi Imo added his own voice after Soludo. That is what IPOB has been fighting for. Because I want to educate some of you idiots tonight. Chike Doziem in particular. Go and check Chike Doziem Facebook wall. When was the last time Chike Doziem posted anything concerning Mazi Nnamdi? Go and check it. I screenshot the last post Chike Doziem made on his page was on the 9th of December 2022. And that was a memo that is quite irrelevant. He is leading IPOB. Onyendu tweets every day. Onyendu do broadcast every day. Chike Doziem claiming that he's a leader. Your leader is in prison. You shut your mouth off, you do nothing. All you do is send eras to attacking IPOB members, those that are working assiduously to get our leader out. Now, what I want to know from IPOB members, if Soludo came out and questioned that Onyendu has been given unconditionally in their own court to be released him, either on that particular pronunciation in their court of law, or if they think they cannot give it, they should hand our leader over to his own people so that can have everlasting peace in Biafra land. Now they jumped on Soludo. But Soludo one time said that IPOB came out emphatically. I didn't see anybody jumped out on Soludo. What has changed? And now, who is going to be the one to speak for our people? Even if we go to any country, they're going to ask you, what are your people doing? Those in governance within your own enclave. What are they doing? Are they supporting what you are doing? Whether you like it or not. The people Oduduwa nation, even Tinubu sing and recite their national anthem. You don't talk about it. But why is our own different? Now, the moment they mention to release Mazi Nnamdi, all this mad dog jumped out from nowhere. Isaiah Yoba now is writing memo. These are clowns that have destroyed Europe. That memo now, we can pull it up here and show you where now they are malinated to show you that all the attack has been carried on our leader and his family was orchestrated by Chike Doziem and his cronies. Because that same memo, some of you read, is what Chike Doziem replicated today in his so-called memo that he pulled out. He quick to pull out memo. But somebody they claim that is not an IPOB member. It took Chike Doziem almost 16 months to come out and tell the world that this person is not a member of IPOB. What I'm telling IPOB members tonight is that this is not IPOB Mazi Nnamdi, formed. And people have paid the ultimate price with their blood to make sure that Biafra is restored. Our brother that died in Trump rally, he made a vow. He asked them when he's on the stretcher. He said, go and get me Biafra. I'm asking Chike Doziem and this gang of, I don't know what is wrong with these people. Now, their mission is to kill Onyendu in the SS dungeon. Meme cannot talk. Anybody that's saying something that is positive now, they gang up against you. And one thing I'm going to warn tonight is those that are not Biafran that are supporting us, you need to be very careful. I don't want to pick on people because I'm not the type that attack people or blackmail people. I've defended a lot of people. Maybe you wouldn't know, but in Swiss, I will tell you what I have done. That is who I am, because I believe in equity and fairness. Tonight, what I want to point out to Biafrans is that anybody somewhere telling you that Chike Edozie isn't now the kind to come out, tell that person that I, George Umeh, say that is lying. And I can prove that to you tonight. With the memo he wrote about itemizing Onyendu and who is not, Chike Edozie should come and tell Biafran, if Kanu Takano was not involved in IPOB, having meeting with them, he called himself DOS. Uchemofo and Kanu Takano worked closely in 2015-16. Kanu Takano came out 2015. That's where people know who Kanu Takano was. He came to London here from Germany. So many people didn't know he was there. He used to live here. That's no secret there. Onyendu family has been there. Meme was there 2015. He been there. So what I'm asking you people, do you want Mazi Kano's brothers and sisters to go and sit down? Why they knew that you guys has already compromised? Soludo is the order of the day. Meme have now come out to tell you that his wife is a journalist and he interviews people. You saw him with OKG Bazo. Is now, you know, in life, somebody, yeah, have you seen where somebody that believe he cry more than that person? If you looking at people that are supposed to be briefing, is them themselves, because their two parents have died. And you guys have the temerity to question what they do. Meme lives in the zoo because he's there, facing the bullet. You are in Germany or in Switzerland, questioning somebody that every day he goes to Abuja to go and see his brother. Kanu Takano is not hide fighting. Some of you read about one of the districts in America that commended that talked about the zoo. Everybody was clapping. They didn't know how that came. It came from Ejimako. They don't know where it came from. It is only anything that doesn't suit them. In that particular memo they wrote, the one they call Isaiah Yoba pull out, there they call Ejimako all sorts of name. What I'm saying tonight, this program, I'm not going to be long here. Even when I started, I have some discrepancies because my voice wasn't coming out. But what I want to point out tonight, Biafrans, is this. Chike Edozie have done unthinkable. And any IPOB member, I'm saying this loud and clear. What I came here to do tonight is just to lay a foundation, because I'm coming on weekend to do this problem properly. We have two things to talk about here. I'm not going to play their voices. Voices is something I'm going to play at the end of this program. I want to play Soludo's first, open statement about IPOB. And there was no attack from him. But the moment Soludo offered a solution, how do we get Mazi Kano out? Then they reach talks out of it from anywhere. Even the guy that was talking, one of the lawyers today was talking on one of the Zoom media, was saying that they put it there that they're having issues with IPOB. I don't understand why somebody that came out to give his own voice, requesting Mazi Kano to release unconditional, that court have pronounced that has now become a political statement. It was under that clause. If they don't want to release him, maybe they are scared he was going to run away. Give it to me. If Soludo is immune, if Mazi can run away, after he's immune, he's not going to be in power forever. So you see that guy that came and spoke, he was making sense, because I said it before, Ejimako have said it, because even Ejiofor does not know what extraordinary rendition mean when Onyendu was kidnapped, brought back to the zoo. He was one that established that fact. Onyendu cannot be tried in the law court in the zoo. They're just playing games. We all know this. But somebody need to come out to push that. What you will ask Chike Edozie, how are you pushing to release Mazi Kano? What for? I had their voices here. I'm going to play it. Nzurumike said that Onyendu coming out is in the hands of God. Even there, the guy didn't know where Onyendu was locked up. So how on earth do you now want Mazi Kano's siblings to shut their mouth and keep quiet and waiting for you, that some of you already know you have already classed Onyendu as a dead man? There's no if but about it. That is why Chike Edozie have the temerity to question Mazi Kano. You see that audio he questioned Mazi, at least you see it today. Our brother, which is Abraham, that we are actually, this was given by Onyendu it wasn't something that like was hidden. Abraham, I'm going to bring the tweet up here to show you when Ejimako actually he tweeted it out about Abraham to be the interim national coordinator in Germany. Chikedozie never uttered a word for how many months now this matter came up. He never said anything. But Chikedozie quick to jump on Mazi and the kind of family members because I don't know what is going on. I want to play Soludo's first audio about IPOB, and I will play the second one to us to find out where Soludo has gone wrong. Listen to me. I don't know what you guys call when you say is a political statement. IPOB, because don't have a party in the zoo, what we are doing is political. For your information, agitation is a political stuff. That's why here in Scotland, Sojourn is fighting for their people in parliament. If you go to South Africa, Malema is there. It's political. If the zoo was civilized, we should be in government agitating. So there is no way. Even if we pick up arm today and fight for another 100 years, at the end of the day, that's why Onyendu said, we want referendum to decide our boundary. Because we have fought before. The war did not solve the problem. Countries that have fought, America and Britain went to Iraq. After Iraq, they went to Afghanistan. All these countries they went to, they didn't achieve anything. Afghanistan, 20 years later, they came out there shamelessly. Because you see, when people have an ideology, the barrier cannot stop ideology. What we are doing is ideological consistency. But at the end of the day, we must go it with a very clear mind what we want. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot say you will abstain himself from talking to British in Biafra land. It's not possible. Then how do you achieve Biafra? If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go to any country, America, they ask you, what is the response of your own people? Some people are saying, when Ambazonia started, some of their people were in parliament, we are come out to talk about what is happening in their own land, to question their own colleagues there. Now, we have people now coming out to say, no, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He is the man supposed to be on that table. They don't want Onion to come out. Has this now been clear to every sundry that this man, when we came out and said that IPOB, cabal is not allowed in IPOB. No, it doesn't matter who you are. Chikedozie now have just made this, because when the spirit of Biafra left you, you constantly making mistake. Like I said, there's so many things to talk about. South Africa, what they did in South Africa, there's a memo that came from South Africa. That was not IPOB letterheading. They didn't say a word for expelling people. Now anybody can form their own. As a directorate of state is the body that governs IPOB, we don't use different letterheading across the world. But South Africa have a different letterheading of IPOB to show you the shenanigans going on within IPOB. What you can have bastardized within IPOB. Where that jumping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family is their think tank. They're playing ping pong with them because they are humble people. They believe in what they believe in the cost to restore Biafra. They have lost the two parents. They are still there, sojourning on. Our leader is there. Are you telling me if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu want to compromise like you guys do, Onyendu will come out without even thinking about any of us? But Onyendu say if it is not because of Chukwuka Abiyamara, he will not speak to any of us. And now I know the reason why he said that. 2017, Onyendu went for meeting. Did he call you Chikedozie or any of you to go there? He went with Kanu Takano. But I didn't see any of you question Onyendu why did he went there with Kanu Takano. None of you know what happened in that meeting. Kanu Takano was in that meeting. None of you told us that time, Kanu Takano shouldn't be toying with Onyendu because it's not a family business. What I want to say tonight is this. I want to play Soludo's voice, and I'm going to bring the write-ups about even Meme forced to write something about his wife. I'm not going to be long on this program. The reason why I'm playing Soludo's voice here is because of the attack coming out. I want to know where the attack is coming from. And what's the reason for the attack? Simple because he said that you want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu released, nothing else. That is what we are fighting for. That is why we see them post it on their own platform. Nothing. They don't talk about it. Let us listen to it for a minute, please.
IPOB and all of that. But IPOB has come out and emphatically said, and I believe them, that they are no longer part of this criminal gang, as it were. And they are now working with us. And we'll probably see their own actions in the next few days. And the people are waiting to see what they can or cannot do to join us. And we called on them on the day of our inauguration. That if you are not part of this, come.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
And I now want to appeal and plead and request and demand of the federal government and our able president, led by the able President Buhari, that a critical person required around that table for that conversation to be complete, for us to have an all-round approach to dealing with the issue of insecurity and discussing about the future.
So anyone listening to me, I hope you're paying attention on his wordings. However you want to picture what this man said is irrelevant to me. What matters to me is that he's talking about our leader being released unconditionally as the court, Federal High Court, has passed that judgment. Listen to him very carefully. And Onyendu is with Mazi, he cannot achieve any peace. And he must be released. Before South Africa have a peace in their homes today, then they have that they have equality and fairness within the white and black living together. Mandela was released from prison. That is exactly the same submission Soludo is making here. Without no apology, he's making it abundantly clear. Before now, he offers a solution. If they cannot release him based on the court pronunciation, hand it over to us. I'm responsible for it. And somebody's telling you because he have executive immune for that, he's not qualified to be, shorty anybody. That's an arrogant nonsense. Let's listen to him.
Of the Southeast, that person, and we need him urgently around the table. Please release him to us, and that is Nnamdi Kanu. I'm calling on the federal government to please.
Did you hear what he said? He said, release him to us. He used the word us. Release him to us. But because of exuberance, because he within himself is angry, and because he knows where all the problems fermented coming from. Now the reality is settling down now because everybody is what I've touched nose is all touching your eyes, or they're all connected together. So now they're feeling the heat. Now he's telling them without even minding what consequences, he died the consequences. And somebody is telling you that is a political statement. And it is
we need him around the table because we believe that we now want to have a comprehensive heart-to-heart conversation about the future of the Southeast, about the future security and prosperity of the Southeast. No one should be left behind. Everybody should be there. If we cannot release him unconditionally, as requested by the court judgments and so on, I now offer to be the shorty.
Did you hear that? He said, if he's giving them he's giving a hand help, if they can trust their own self, hand it over to me. It's not disrespectful. Our leader is not a baby, but this is where, how do we achieve this peace and get what we are looking for? Very, very important. Very, very important.
Release him to me. I will keep him. Release him to me. Release him to me. Solution is here. Solution is here. I will.
Like I said, when people speak from the heart, it's not hard to know. I'm not here to blow trumpet of anybody. I don't have any affiliation. What I'm saying here is that this is the way Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released unconditionally. And anybody, anywhere, somewhere attacking Soludo for opening this front for let's start with Igbo politicians, because our kid and kin are watching their own body language. Because if you are the head in the family, all your siblings will be looking up to you. So they are watching what are our own immediate brothers and sisters doing on their own to get our leader out. If Soludo was talking from political, I don't think he will go far the way he said it, because his words was not something political. It's on script. This is from the heart. And he chooses his word wisely. If you don't understand, listen to him. It started with we. He never said himself. It was when he came to the stage that if they could not release him unconditionally, he said, hand it over to me. Because he knows he has executive immune. He has it. Whether you like it or not, people of Anambra State voted him in. We have not restored Biafra yet. And that is why more people must understand, if we are not mediocre, if people are not living in illusions, how do we get what we are looking for? We not have any interest in the zoo political, affiliation. But listen, Onyendu will come to table and still repeat what he told them before. Give us a date for referendum for the people of Biafra to decide whether we want to be part of this union or not. I will stop here because I want everybody to understand that anybody telling you that they are fighting Onyendu's family because of politicians. If Onyendu want to collect money, you don't need his brothers and sisters to do that. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not require because he's there with them. Onyendu just need to call them and say, you know what, I'm tired of all this nonsense shenanigan. Just get me out of here and let these monkeys go to hell. I want to tell these people this. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if Onyendu requires money if Onyendu want to collect money from the zoo, you don't need any mediator. It was has been offered to him, even to the VAT, he said no. So if you sitting down somewhere saying that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's siblings are trying to use IPOB for political gain, I'm asking you a question. Is sure that that's why the frontal lobe comes in? Or you people just wanted to blackmail people that did nothing? I'm going to show some write-ups here. As I'm not going to be dwelling too much on all this tonight. But the purpose of me coming out tonight is that we must be guarded. We must be guarded. Now, this particular, this is so-called, this guy they call Isaiah Oba that lives in, lives in Ireland. I remember when Ezejima to find my senior comrade found out that what happened in company's house. I remember having a conversation with him after the conference call with him. I was in that call after I have to go back to him and I speak to him. Mine is that I reach out to people. Late Imam Mazi is a great man. The same thing happened. I reached out to him. I even highlighted what's happening in the UK there and I said, you guys should do something about it. In a very kind manner. I want to say something to you. You see what this guy wrote here? I told you guys before, whenever you hear any blackmailer say something, that thing they're accusing you or they're saying is what they are doing. Look at what he said there. If you think we are going to abandon Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in this quest for Biafran restoration or in exchange, you must be hallucinating and wasting your time. He asked him, what have you been doing to Liz Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? This clown that's writing this thing, exactly what they have done. What they have, he's just telling you what they have done. Because I'll get to that. The memo Chikerezem wrote, all of them driven from this particular, all this write-up is in here. He just told you, if you think we are going to abandon Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the quest for Biafra restoration or exchange, you must be hallucinating and wasting your time. Now, they have already abandoned Onyendu. That's why you don't see any of them. They never use the word supreme to Onyendu again. None of them do use that particular word because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is quite irrelevant to them. But as you can see here, yeah, if you have not abandoned, if you haven't abandoned Onyendu, question you should be asking them, what are you doing to get Onyendu out of the DSS dungeon? What have you guys done practically or even legally? All the legal Bruce Femme, you guys label him. Chinyas, I want to say that they're paying 50,000 every time he went to the zoo. All this blackmail. UN working group. What do you know about all these things? Chikerism have got no clue what is happening. Neither this idiot that talking. They don't know anything happening. Just like I will play their voices. Their colleagues say that Onyendu coming out is in the hands of God. So this thing here, I want you to take it that Isaiah Uba telling you that they have abandoned Onyendu. That's why he's telling you, if you think, who is he asking if you think? That's what they have done. Over time, I tell you guys, when anybody that is a blackmailer, what he's saying is what he's doing. That's why I said it over time. I say, whenever China Sanwo come on the door if I say something, that thing he said is already doing that thing he said already. He's already doing that already. He's already doing that already. So that's one thing you guys must pick up from this particular gang, that these people that are formed within IPOB, and it's very dangerous. Now, I just want to quickly show something here, because it's very, very important that when we are doing something, we have to do it with evidence. You know, it's not like saying something that you don't have anything to prove. Now, I just show this now. I want to bring up Meme right up about his wife being the kind of attack they unleashed on his wife. Based, they saw her on picture with Okezi Bazu. Now, Meme has come out to say, my wife is a professional journalist who interviews politicians, businessmen, and entertainers, etc. And sharing her picture with a governor she met in her line of duty is mischievous and designed by haters, and to achieve a certain inglorious end. Sorry, pardon me for that. Inglorious end. We are used to such unhelpful and vicious attacks from pay agents and other disgruntled elements. I would have completely ignored the antics of frustration jobbers, but for sake of clarity, need to let those who are unaware that she is a journalist who meets with public in course of her job. Perfectly. He's a gentleman, and he put his words in a very classic manner, and which I appreciate. That show you that Oku kind of family, like over time I say, is a blessing. They're questioning Mazi now the kind of the messages that I brought, but none of them are bold enough to go back home. Meme is in the zoo. He's there every day, running helter-skelter with his wife and his son to go and see our leader, and still yet they are the ones sold Onyendu. They are trying to make living out of Onyendu. Ojus Okano have went to their home. The parents were still alive. Offer them heaven and earth. They said it open. There's no backdoor talk. I want Biafrans to think, because all of us are under oath. This young man just said this about his wife to clarify those that are carrying smear attack. Because, you know, they're always looking for content to attack our leader's family, what they have done and what not. But what I'm asking you guys, if Mazi Nanzikano was your biological brother, I want you to tell me, what position would you be if you were his or her brother? It's very, very important. I want you to put them in your own shoe. All of us are crapping, shouting, Onyendu is our leader. But none of us, some of us have forgotten that he's our leader. Some of us have turned the blind eye. Some of them are doing different things. But they are the one wearing the shoe. Not me and you. Not me and you. Some of you have fallen on the wayside. But they are the immediate family members. But now, Instead of us to attack our enemy now, we'll turn that gun to our own people, killing our own people. Just the same thing you guys are doing in Biafra land. Because if you come out on social media to slander somebody without evidence, what else do you need to do to blackmail them? If you can blackmail Mazi and the kind of younger brothers, then there's no respect for Onyendu. What is immunity? What is immunity? I'm not going to go deeper in this. Now, there's something I want to put up here. Because at the end of the day, the reason why we said there is no space anywhere to accommodate cabal within IPOB. But the most worst part of it is when you disobey Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's not treason, it's treason. Disobey Onyendu is not treasonable felony, it's treason. Chikedozie brought out memo today. Today he wrote 2 memo. But if I show you when Chikedozie to go to his page, I don't have time for that. Go to his Facebook wall. He found out the last time he posted was on 9th of December. Memo 2022. He doesn't tweet about our leader. He doesn't send any message, even free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a daily basis. He doesn't do it. Now, you ask him, how do you intend to release Onyendu from prison? Just like when they asked his deputy, he said that it's in the God's hand. But anybody that wants to do anything that mentioned to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they will jump up. He hears Soludo when he was given an IPOB accolade about not involving in criminality in Biafra land. They didn't say a word. But now, after that, the guy still went back soliciting for everlasting peace in Biafra land. And they get to find out without Onyendu, there's no peace. Because maybe the way I'm feeling, the next man will not be feeling. He can't control it. You see, when it comes to violence, he don't control violence. And when people are angry, he can't control them. There's an amount of full of people he can control. There's some individual who won't control. And that is nature of life. Just like as we are now. The people will become rebel. That's nature of when things are gone fall apart. You cannot stop people to do what they think. They're entitled to their own opinion. People can think and act at the same time. You can't stop them. Soludo, now all of them, Ikenga, I didn't see any of you attack Ikenga. Ikenga as well said the same thing Soludo said. I didn't see anybody attack him. Because they know he's not in a position to release Onyendu. He just aired his own view. But Soludo, arguably, if you talk about Shorty, he might be the person to Shorty Onyendu on an executive order. Then we can sit down now and talk. For real. Because we know they're holding Onyendu. Onyendu committed no crime known to man. They committed crime against Biafrans by kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya, ordinary renditioning him back to the zoo with blindfolded and torture. All of us knew this. And somebody uttered a word to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All of you go ballistic. You telling me that you guys are chineke no ekwensu ama oncha inoko? Yeah. Now, I want to go. I want to be very, because I have to go to work in the morning. So I'm not gonna be. I want to bring up the tweet of Ejimako. Very, very important. This is tweet of Ejimako. This is on 28th of November 2022. 28th of November 2022, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu passed this communique to Ejimako. And before this particular date, this message has passed on to somebody else. That is why the message read, and I'll read it again. Some of you have forgotten. This message was the date and everything. That's why social media is very powerful. You can't lie anything. You can't hide. This is his Twitter handle, official one. He said, today I had a visitation with Onyendu, and he asked me to make it public that he had asked one of his lawyers to do a memo to Chikedozie to announce Ogbonna Abraham as the new interim coordinator for Germany. And Chikedozie, and that Chikedozie and the lawyer who did the memo can confirm this. Now, I want to show you the confirmation of that particular message that came from Ejimako from Chikedozie today. That was November, December, January. That was 3 months ago. That was 3 months ago. Now, look at now you can see this is the response to that particular message Onyendu sent through 2 lawyers. Up till now, just like Chinas, I want to say that some message will come and that they will use their brain, to do it as they want. And that is why they're killing IPOB within every day. Today is 18th of January 2023. Then do the math from the 11th. The 11th was when Onyendu now have lost interest of whoever he was passing information first. Probably it was a month before then. Now today, Chikedozie, this is his memo. You know, it's very, it doesn't, I don't know if the guy works or something. Maybe he's basement somewhere writing jargon every time. He writing memo. Memo, who gave you the authority to write memo? IPOB letter heading. They bastardized already. But I will read what he wrote. I want to buttress what I'm saying here. I want Biafrans now to see. Because when you're shouting that you're protecting leadership, I want to ask you, which leadership are you protecting? Are you protecting gang of criminals? Or those that one man's not kind of dead in the prison? That have no regard for his family? That is why all the attack that carried against His Royal Highness and Her Majesty Laura, they never move a muscle. The one they call Donald now today is not with them anymore because blackmail. And you guys cannot say nothing because he knows you are using to attack somebody. But what we know is that we are under oath. And that oath will fight for us. But people like us will continue to talk and to lay it to bear. Because we will open your canker worms. That thing you're hiding, we'll open it up. Today, Chikedozie memo today to the previous, what I have just put in on the screen. I didn't have time today because all this I will put them on screen. I'm going to come back on weekend. Now, I'll read what he said on this particular memo. Some people that are listening to me. He said, it has come to the knowledge of the Directorate of State of Indigenous People of Biafra that one Ogbonna Abraham has been fraudulently, he said fraudulently and deceptively representing himself as the national coordinator for IPOB Germany family and attempting to schedule a meeting of IPOB principal servant in Germany. For clarity's sake, the Directorate of State confirmed without equivocation that IPOB has only one German national coordinator in the name of Collins Chinedu, which is the clown. The clown that came to UK here was ranting. This is the cabal. Are you listening to me? This is Chikedozie memo. After over 3 months, Onyendu gave a direct order. Now, second paragraph is saying the Directorate of State will not tolerate infiltrators. You see, that's the problem. Anybody that think that when the word of infiltrator or autopilot came out, because IPOB fought every name they wanted to label people within IPOB in 2015, 16, 17, 18. Even the zoo government sponsored this vigorously. They did everything. Tripop, Ripop, they brought a lot of people. But they give birth to names. They created the name infiltrator. They created the name autopilot before the people accepted it. And today now they're begging those people to come back in IPOB. Just to understand what I'm saying here. Chikedozie primarily job, what he's doing now, I don't know who, who contracted him, is to weaken IPOB within. The word infiltrator in our midst who are sent to destabilize IPOB German family. Chikedozie is the #1 infiltrator and autopilot, and if #1 who is destabilized. You see one thing about these people, pick up every word they use. That's exactly what they are doing, because you have to look there. It's not when they bring Christians and say, follow my word, don't follow what I do. Look at Chikedozie and what he's doing. When he uses the word destabilize, who is actually destabilizing IPOB? Onyendu tweet from our lawyer. Now he disobeyed, he flaunted that order. This has been the argument. Just like Madam Nenyanya. When we started arguing, we said you flaunting Onyendu's order. That is the last you could do in IPOB. Now, for engaging in act, intention to ridicule and bring to a disrupt this hallowed movement and our self-determination struggle, this individual called Obunna Abraham is hereby expelled from IPOB worldwide. Did you see expelled from IPOB worldwide? Do you see that? That is normal. You know, when you bastardize things, that is why somebody can sit anywhere now and give an order. Because that person have attracted some followers as well. Listen, if you're an IPOB member, you need to open your ears. Like our leader wife say, your frontal rope, you need to start using it, activate it ASAP. You spell Obonna, Abraham Obonna. Which power do Chikedozium have to expel somebody in IPOB? Who other Chikedozium to expel Obonna? That's the number one question you have to ask yourself. But this is what they have used to blackmail every single IPOB member. They have accepted it. The expiration of Obonna, Abraham is with immediate effect. All IPOB principal servants and family member in Germany are hereby notified with this memo that any dealings hereafter with the aforementioned individual will be what is that? I can't even see what is it. So in annul and avoid and of no effect whatsoever. Such dealing will of course attract severe consequences. Then you ask yourself, when they start talking like this, yeah, it will be asking yourself, when he said severe consequences, you will be asking yourself, what is the consequences within IPOB that you're expelling a principal of servant who you have appointed? The same thing they did in United Kingdom. Now, I want to tell people that Chikedozium, Austin Abani, Tony Nzurumike, Chukwudi Ofoma, this guy, this impostor they call China Sanworu, these 5 men, forget about their errats. I'm not counting all those ones. You see these people, any IPOB member still thinking that these men are with IPOB and they want Mazi Nnamdi to come out of DSS dungeon alive. That hallucinating that Isaiah Yoba uses, you're actually hallucinating. That's the word. Look at the word hallucinating and the destabilizing IPOB. This is the two things they have been doing. He expelled Abraham. Abraham was appointed by Mazi Nnamdi. Now what they're telling Mazi Nnamdi can go to hell. This is the tweet. I just want you to use your own common sense and digest this word. And tell me which way forward. This is why always when I come here, I will make a reference. I pick my reference from Mazi Uchemofo. Because Uchemofo, regardless what Uchemofo have done today, the only thing I will say is that whatever you do, the providence will judge you. But for IPOB to sell today, we still have IPOB. It was Uchemofo and those that was around him. And those people that have died paying ultimate price. But guess what? Today, Chikedozium and his cohorts are uniting in the graves of our heroine and heroines. If you look at what is happening today. So if Chikedozium is bluntly disobeying Mazi Nnamdi orders, how now do you think that the people holding Mazi Nnamdi will perceive Onyendu? The same Chikedozium uses his mouth and say that we must push across that Onyendu is in charge. Today, Chikedozium is now expelling somebody, Onyendu, officially appointed. This one just happened. You know, when we say it in United Kingdom here, some people are saying, "Oh, but I mean, this is not contradictory. This is very open." Ejimako is a special counsel to Onyendu, an international lawyer for that matter. And Ejimako has been bringing message. But because he's not playing the games you guys are playing, Ejiofor, I'm not accusing him of compromising, but Ejiofor, his hand is soil. And there's evidence to that. His hand is soil. And there's an amount of evidence on that. I pop up to one video today. You know, the one that we are trying to travel to abroad with leg, said that Emmanuel trying to bribe him to go to he say, I don't know, he say Malta. He want to give him visa. You see, what very everything they do is that they carry smear attack on innocent people. The same guy that came and said Mazi mother was the one holding letter in United Kingdom. That clown. Somebody that have not crossed, his mates, he couldn't even get to Cape Verde. He stopped in Senegambia and went back and locked up in one room in Lagos. And when they buy him data, he will be ranting his mouth. The same person came out and said Mazi was holding letter. He don't even know where, he don't know how London is. He don't know where his mother live. The one in South Africa jumped on it. At the end of the day, what happened? The same China Samuel came out and said he's about Darlington anymore. I'm just bringing you back on what these people have done. And where is it going to take IPOB? If not to destroy IPOB within. So are you telling me that what is happening now, people are watching. What they're doing is that IPOB is not functioning anymore. That's what they're proving to people. Because Onyendu, they try to make you know that Onyendu is no longer in charge. That Chikerozem is their new leader. They have said it openly. If you remember the time Emma Powerful write a memo that they have got a new leader, they were watering the ground. All these things is pre-planned. Agenda they have got in their head. What are you going to say? When Abraham has been explained by Chikedozem, while Mazi Nnamdi instructed one of the lawyers, which is not going to be nobody else, is going to be a Ejiofor. Ejiofor failed. That's what shows that Ejiofor does not deliver the message Onyendu send him. Because if Ejiofor was a very straightforward person that is confidential and professional, when Onyendu, you know Onyendu is incommunicado. If your client gave you a message, and that message delivered, and there was no reaction to that message, it is your duty to go back and said, sir, I have delivered this message, but it was not acted upon. But Ejiofor was aiding and abetting. Because as long as Mazi Nnamdi is in DSS joined them, Ejiofor will be getting money into his pocket. Is that something you people don't know? As long as Onyendu is locked up in DSS dungeon, these guys are blossom. 747,000 they shared in America, Ejiofor was part of it. His name was mentioned. He got his own cut from that money. I'm just saying. But as you all can see, that Chikedozem have now flouted Onyendu order once again publicly. This one is not like there's no mimicry anymore. Anybody somewhere telling you that Chikedozem now, he doesn't come out, he doesn't say anything, he's hiding because he got nothing to offer. He's got nothing to offer. They have cornered some people within the countries and diverting IPOB fund. They're living large. That's what they do. Money does not go to where it's supposed to go. Majority of the money is not going, and I've created fractions now because the people calling themselves what not name, they allow it to happen because they want to bring problem within IPOB. That's why now some people say, I don't want to contribute money until Onyendu come out. Are you going to blame them? When they know that the money they contribute, Chikedozem and his Austin Albani, they have ganged up and sharing the money among themselves. And that's why you see all these E-rats, all of them now are getting paid under them. You could see them come out 7 days a week talking. Somebody that come to social media spend 3 hours, ask the person, what kind of job do you do in Europe? All of us live here. What do you do for a living? If you can spend 3 hours on air every day, what kind of job do you do? Even if you're doing night shift work, you have to sleep. I'm just giving you guys a clue. So these people now have been putting under payroll because all of them are involved. That's why they're campaigning. The one they call OK Forum was telling them to pay money to coordinator. That's their henchman going around the world trying to they have tried my, I don't want to talk about him now. They have tried me. They have sent so many people around me. I looked at them and said, probably you guys don't know who you are dealing with. Because if you know who George Umeh is, you wouldn't even dare. If not because of IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi, nothing in your lifetime. If you see me in the street of London, will you talk to me? Are you demented? If not because of IPOB, if I'm walking on the street of London, you see me, George, walking, will you talk to me? To be fair. You know? So I'm not here to make you like me. I know why I joined IPOB, and that's the purpose, and that's what we are heading to. And now it is very imperative to you to know that the people you think all of us are fighting, they're no longer. They are openly now disobeying Onyendu. I'm not gonna say much about this. All this memo is like a screenshot. I'm gonna put them on PDF on my next broadcast to go through it properly, because some of the wordings I can't even see them. But I will put up this one here. But one thing I want you to take, because I'm not gonna read this crap. Yeah, I don't have time to read this rubbish. But what I'm gonna tell you, what I want you to take out from this particular memo Chikeluzem wrote today, mentioning Onyendu's family and itemizing them and numbering them up. You go back on the Isaiah Uba, because he's the first person that wrote something about mentioning Mazi and everything. He could find out that this is a script. Like I saw somebody wrote something saying that it was Karamonde that I write that for Isaiah Uba. And I will say something here. Karamonde, I respect Karamonde because I know she's a British. She believes in the cause and you want Biafra to be restored. I know there's so many things that happen. I got so many issues with some people here in the United Kingdom because of things that happened in the past. I don't want to start mentioning name here. Today, when this memo came up, she shared this memo. And I remember Karamonde saying that when she met our leader, because she was the secretary to our leader, if I'm not mistaken, she said it in one of our meetings. He gives the, how you met Onyendu. I don't want to go into those details. But what I'm going to advise her is she must be treated with careful. She must tread carefully, especially concerning the issue, this saga. She's not taking sides, to far as I know, but I saw someone wrote something about it. But today, I saw him sharing this, and the word in there's nothing much. Is there hashtag Nandekano, DOS, Freemas Nandekano, which is more professional. So for me, I don't want people picking on people. She's not she's supporting Biafra, and she's been there. I'm gonna tell you this. Just don't to mix that. I don't want her to be mixed up into the saga that we are facing. But if they're trying to drag her into it, which I'm not sure. That's why I'm just giving my own view, because I saw some write-up, somebody saying that it was her that wrote that particular memo, and sometimes it's unverified thing people said, which I don't know. But I can say it is Chika Edoziem, because this particular memo here, go and read that crap Isaiah Uba wrote. And of course, Biafra, Alpha Power Media International responded rapidly, because at the end of the day, there's Chukwuka Biama know how he does this thing. Biafra, Alpha Power Media International have come here to stay and to encounter the shenanigan within IPOB. You can have your recharge card media, get them, share them 10,000 naira card on a daily basis. They can be talking for Dunkin.com. It doesn't change anything. But one thing must be certain. The truth is something you don't take away. Mazi Nandekano has built this family that at the end of the day, nobody, IPOB was built on that rock. So why I'm putting this here, if you go back to the right top, you just see here, he mentioned there's no siblings of Mazi Nandekano is a member of IPOB Directorate of State, DOS. Who is arguing about that? If Mazi Nandekano was like a clan like you, he could have met all his family member, put them in position. But that's what Mazi Nandekano is here. None of his family member was, but they are there. They are visible. They are aware of what is happening. They are a member of IPOB. So what is the problem? They have got right to air views. You are living in Switzerland. How many times have you bought the ticket and go back home to go see Onyendu in the SS dungeon? Our last wife have gone back home and see our leader. Have you gone there to see her? To see him? Our Onyendu wife has gone home and see Onyendu and came back. How many of you have bought a ticket to go and see our leader? And you're here yapping about Onyendu's siblings. Onyendu siblings are the only shot you guys are taking, because they are because they wouldn't allow you guys to kill our leader. That's the only thing. Because your agenda will not work. Mazi, I'm gonna take off this nonsense because it doesn't really change anything. I'm not gonna be dwelling in this particular, idiotic memo. Chike Edoziem is good in writing trash. he's got a computer in his house, or I think he's getting paid by IPOB. They are the one ranting about people getting paid. I'm going to play the voice of one of the guys that lives in Italy where he was cussing me out today. All of them are in the same. Because people like us, they are trying from back to talk me. I'm not into IPOB to make friends with anybody. I've said it before. I told that asylum seeker in UK here that videoed me the time I joined IPOB. I told them that day, there was a word I said. I don't change. I have no need to. I don't need anything from anybody. I told them, and my word is my bond. Like Tony Montana said in Scarface, I don't joke with my word. I will die with my word. I said, go and upload that video, because they were videoing them today. Ask them, where is the video? They won't produce it. Yeah, this is a bunch of idiots. You know? Get the video out. I'll authorize you. You listen to what I said. So I'm not here to make friends. Like I said, I'm not here to make friends or make enemy. What I believe is an IPOB. Just like what I'm pointing out here in our code of conduct. Code of conduct gave you the right to point out when you see things that are not supposed to be happening. Just like what happened today. Chikedoziem openly challenged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And they don't want to come out. The attack they're carrying at Soludo is just to tell you that anybody that mentioned to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released, get that person and slaughter that person. They'll turn into political. But when he said he was working with IPOB, why didn't you write memo or attack Soludo? So what I'm asking, what has changed from that statement Soludo made, that I'm working with IPOB, that I'm not involved in this criminality in Biafra land? Now he's asking that your leader need to come out to be in the same table. That without him, there won't be everlasting peace in Southeast. So how has that become a political statement? And how is that making you uncomfortable? Because Onyendu might come out, isn't it? Like I said, 2015, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out. You see you people, yeah? You see you people. Judas, the way Judas killed himself will be like an ice in a cake to you people. The way some of you vulture will eat all of you. Your vulture will eat your corpses because you guys are evil. What you people have done, openly Chikerodiem have the nerve. They have the nerve to question Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to flaunt Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's order. This shows me that you in particular want Onyendu dead. Quote me anywhere. Quote me George Umeh anywhere. I said it every time. Uchemofo, I will tell Uchemofo 1 million times over you people presently saying that you're leading IPOB, because you guys are more. I don't have word for you guys. Uchemofo issue with Onyendu, we know some of them. In UK here was because of Okachi. Onyendu tell him, don't remove Okachi. And Okachi was, you guys was one behind Okachi, telling Okachi, okay, I supported Okachi in UK here. I judge you, people knows that. Because it was the right thing to do. I stand on the path of truth. Because the same Austin Abani made the coordinator here to challenge you. We said no. We said no. We stand on the path and I don't change. I hold no approach to anybody. That is why when he's misbehaved, I will tell you in your face, I don't have a permanent friend. But you guys was in the background that I'm telling him, oh, go. You're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. You think we don't know? He was doing the right thing until you guys now turning him into something else. We know all these things. I'm not here to cast blame on anybody, but I'm just telling you what he have just done. Chikerodiem. This one is not going to get away. We'll have your memo. We'll have Ejimako's message. So everybody now, all I want you guys to do, your frontal rope. What I'm going to do tonight, I'm going to leave in this particular, because I'm going to shut this program down. I will leave their voices to play. After that, I'll end it with Onyendu's lamentation. To listen to them, I want you to carefully listen to Chikerodiem, listen to him and China Sanwo-Olu, the word they said to Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And those words now, they are practicalizing it. But one thing I must tell people in Germany, you see South Africa, Cape Town, Pretoria, even Joburg, these people stood on their ground. America, Germany, it must rise and take that mantle. Do not allow charlatans. The one that called himself, the one that begging to €2. These are miscreants they're using to, these people are very wretched in mind. Even if you're not working, is that the reason why be begging for €2 for you to buy 200 and something? But you're paying you're paying bills in your house. How do you pay your bills? How do you survive? I didn't work for almost 16 months here. I was contributing in IPOB, going on using my money and everything. I never said anything. I never said it to anybody. Because of it, I know how much. I know what happened to me. I never mentioned it to anybody. So what is the big deal? Working and so flipping what? Is that why you're begging for €2? And this kind of people that are telling you that media are fighting. They have Rapture Media. Rapture Media is a monetized platform. What do they do in Rapture Media? If I sit down for 1 month for media, to us, people are joking. People are playing. What do you know? Joke. I don't even have time. Check your platform and check what we do. Which one you think is ahead of each other? You make money through it, but we don't. We put our own money. That's why our platform, none of them, we don't commercialize them. So my fellow comrade, all I have to tell you guys tonight is that people must understand that Germany must live up to their expectation. Obonia Abraham remain the national coordinator to Germany. And I will bring up memo weekend. I have a lot to do. I'm gonna do a program on this weekend. It's gonna be a marathon to show you the carnage we have. South Africa now have their own letterhead on IPOB. That is a gang of criminals everywhere. They're just fighting. They're struggling because they know they know that Mazi might come out anytime. Lest they know, it will be like one morning. All of them, you see all these men. Some of them, you wouldn't even hear. They will change their phone numbers. I'm telling you, mark my word somewhere. The same thing I said 2015 will happen. Watch what is going to happen. All these people that are ranting now, you defending leadership. I want you to face Mazi Nnamdi when Onye in the command. Maybe you might not talk about all these things, but Nnamdi is a spirit. Like I said, Obanye film. Now watch. I will still advise you. I see Master Prophet already talking about enemy at the gate. I've said it over time. Before Onyendu was renditioned, Onyendu told us to go and watch Enemy at the Gate. And that night, I don't watch movie. I don't watch even football. I'm an Arsenal supporter. Die-hard Arsenal supporter. Die-hard. I work for Tottenham Stadium. Tottenham Stadium you see today. I judge Umeh. I say my company, and I was the last manager that came out of it. It's not brag. If I want to work there, I could be working there now. I'm not bragging about it. It's a fact of life. I'm a die-hard Arsenal. If I tell you the last time I sit down in my bedroom, my front room here, watch television, it's not like I have a massive television. I don't have time. I don't have the time to do it. But if Onyendu utter a word, that word will never drop. The night Onyendu say go and watch Enemy at the Gate, I just went into my room and sat down in bed, got the television, and going to what is it called? Netflix. Google it, put it on, and I finished watching that movie. It's double standard. The little boy that was taking information from the enemy and bringing to their own people, taking from their own people and giving to the enemy. The man hung him in the middle of the town. I would advise you tonight to go and watch that Enemy at the Gate. You understand that Onyendu no Chike Doziem and all this gang of criminals, all of them. When the distraction they created in Finland started, when he started calling them criminals, some of you don't know the reason why I was calling him criminal. Because you cannot call somebody criminal if you have not had any dealing with that person. Unless I want to, just like some people say, oh, George Umeh is a criminal, or George Umeh collected people's money. I have told them, I said, my own is that I don't gossip. And I have told them in UK here, the person that called me criminal, I have him in audio. Voice note. Some people have been writing before I ignore because it's irrelevant. But for daring to put my name on audio, I've said it, I will repeat it again. You have a day with me on my own time. I'm not threatening, it's not a threat. We live in a civilized world. I will take it up with you whenever I'm ready. On my own, I don't play around things. Anybody that knows me knows that. I don't play around things. So, before he started calling them criminals, we were defending them. In UK here, in our former coordinators forum, which I fought for them to shut it down. A parallel forum. New national coordinator came. They didn't give her the forum. They didn't hand over everything. He cannot hand over half and half. Onyendu came on air and said they have not handed over to the new national coordinator. It was Onyendu. It's on the broadcast. And that forum, I said no. This forum can't continue. At the end of the day, it was shut down. Thank God for our former deputy national coordinator. We'll have a conversation and shut it down. In that forum, they were calling them criminal there. All the people that were there, even some of them today, they call they're working with them. That's how hypocritical they are. They didn't say a word. We were defending them then until everything was open. Because to start with, if the guy was aware that they closed account that whooping 747,000, Madam Oyibo was overseeing that every time he gave it to Madam Nenya, inject Madam Nenya, Onyendu said, okay, transfer all this money to LLC account, which is approved ESN account. LLC account, that is our approved account, as I'm talking to you now. Onyendu approved. Once Onyendu was renditioned, they closed it. Charles Nabai told me that the woman never sent a dime. He's not hiding. Probably one day, me and Charles, I'll bring Charles Rabai in the program. He will use his own mouth and say it. A dime. He didn't send, but he tell Onyendu yes. That's why they know that Onyendu was going to be rendition. But I knew Onyendu no. So when that money, when they share that money, why is the guy calling them criminal? That's the question people must answer. And have they come and attack the person calling them criminal? This thing, from the day one that guy started calling them criminal, have he come see them? Instead they sending people to go and attack him. But in the back, they will be telling people to go and raise money. The little magic they call Albani, that devil, that nitwit. Tell him I'm a Finland coordinator to go and raise fund with him. It's about fund. That is why the national coordinator was loaning money to somebody. This is where all these whole thing started. To send his goods back home. I said IPOB fund. I judge you, so even if he's dead, I won't give you £1 that is IPOB money. Rather, we raise the money if we can. That's how we do. IPOB fund, you don't touch it. If there's a problem, take it to the leadership, they can decide. That's why if Onyendu decide to put anybody under any stipend, it's not my problem. I'm not interested. I don't want to know. Why is that happen? That is not my business. IPOB is ruled by C and C, command and control. That is what we run. And if before you took out, you want it. You don't need to ask. Obey before complain. That's why we are following them, obeying them. But when we see now they're not obeying Onyendu, how can I obey you? It's practically here now. This is not as George Umeh said. They don't know when they are indicting themselves. They don't know how they indict themselves. Like I said, they will continue to damble into their dish they dig for us to go into. They will be going into one after another. Chukwuma Soludo have two voices about IPOB. They never attacked the first one. The second one, why are you attacking it? Because they mentioned that Mazi Nanikane should be released unconditionally. And now, Ikenga Imo State as well, Imo have already added his own voice. And subsequently, other people will add. And when you see his family member with politician in Biafra land, is now they want to sell IPOB. How do you want to achieve Biafra? I'm asking you a question. I want you guys to give us your plan. How do you want to achieve Biafra without the politicians being involved? How are you going to do that, you idiots and morons? Your frontal lobe is not functioning. How do you intend to restore Biafra? You need to tell us. Even if you pick up arms, even if you see Ukraine now are fighting Russia, all these are political. Because inflation is going up, gas is going up, all these things is just political. They created it. COVID didn't work now, they created something else. They must have something for the agendas to achieve what they want to do. We understand all of that. Biafrans don't want to shed more blood. That's why Chikedozium, you people has turned Biafra land into bloodbath because of your single disobedience, disobeying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And up to today, you have not learned. The blood of our people now is haunting all of it. That's why every single one of you look like a bonga fish. Look, Pashok or malnutrition individuals. You are outside. Can you compare yourself with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? To show that the spirit of our ancestors are haunting all of you one after another. You think God will let you guys live? No. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a man that is there and live to tell the story. Like I said, Uchemofo. You see Uchemofo? He had his own bad time. One time, even they said he died in what is it called? I didn't talk. When that news came out, I never shared that kind of messages, even though that he did what he have done. But at the end of the day, it was lie, propaganda. It was propaganda. Uchemofo is this, Uchemofo is that. Today, tell me any single one of you can compare yourself with Uchemofo. I want the person to come and all of us are in IPOB. Show me what you have done in IPOB. Tell me what you have done in your own time. Because in life is about, just like as we are fighting the zoo, we take everybody with them. When they rule, we can make a reference to them when on their own time when they rule people, when they rule us. What have you done on your own time? When we talk about Uchemofo, we'll talk about on his own time. Uchemofo drive the IPOB to where we are today. But you people now are the ones killing IPOB. Biafra land today is in turmoil. Who caused it? Chike Doziem. Because you claim you are the leader, Abi. Whatever that has happened today is Chike Doziem. And as you guys will know, I want you to go and compare the first write-up that was posted in Isaiah Yoba's Facebook wall, because it was not created to anybody. All these are a bunch of lunatics everywhere. You know, these are political jobbers. They are really political jobbers. And now, come back and look at what Chike Doziem wrote today. The only thing he do is he write memo. Like I said, no designing mind Biafran will listen to Chike Doziem unless your frontal lobe is not working. And know that any money you contribute and give to coordinator, that money does not go anywhere. I will say something here. 2015, the narrative was that Onyendu embezzled our defense fund. Just like they accused Onyendu of he didn't buy transmitter when he showed them transmitter. That transmitter is the reason why Benjamin, the man who came back from Russia today, is being incarcerated for over how many years now because of that transmitter. When Onyendu showed them the picture of the transmitter, they found out where the transmitter is, and that transmitter today is in DSS custody. If that we bought about 100 and something thousand pounds in this country. If we had it, our people don't need to use internet to listen to the Radio Biafra. It's free. Because it will be in AM. It's not FM. You will listen to it anywhere. What happened at the end of the day? I just want to remind us why we're here. I'm gonna stop because I'm almost 1 hour 30 minutes. I want it to be like an hour on this program, but the amount of things that these individuals have done, you couldn't even think about the hours you're going to use to rectify it. But I want those that still have that discerning mind to start looking inward. Chike Doziem is not leading you. I'm gonna advise IPOB in Germany: do not fall prey. Do not fall prey to their agendas. Chike Doziem, what they have done is they systematically trying to destroy IPOB within. Abraham Ogbonna is a direct instruction from Onyendu. Just like in UK here, the same thing happened in UK. The national coordinator, our national coordinator, they claim they removed, which she's still the national coordinator, so far as UK is concerned. I even asked Austin Abani, face to face, I said, did Onyendu authorize to remove our national coordinator? You know what the nitwit asked me? He knows, Onyendu knows whatever we are doing, and she have access to Onyendu. That means that he can't answer me yes or no. Yes or no word. A leader. He called him a leader. That's where you know that these people, they have something under their sleeve. And that's where people like us will start now saying, okay, is that where you guys are going? Well, you know, Chike Doziem should come out on Radio Biafra to come and call people name. Now he's writing memo. Come on Radio Biafra and still talking nonsense. But thank God that he wrote this now and mentioned Abraham Ogbonna, because at the end of the day, those that have been saying, you know, issue, when they started first, I had this argument privately. I told them, I said, Chike Doziem have got no power. People have called me in private call. I told them this today. What is happening? The same Albani that came to UK telling you, oh, don't listen to anybody in Radio Biafra. And I say some coordinators are because gossiping. Why is coordinator calling you? If you're a leader, a coordinator is calling you for what? Complain what? If IPOB structure that we have a chain command, you people bastardize it. Do I have your phone number? I don't need anything. If you call me, you know. You bought my phone, my banking phone, unless we want something like that. Call me on private call. That's why none of you ever called me. You won't call me. The ones that call, and I remember what I told them, because mine is if you lie, you probably don't know how to record your voice. I don't record people's voice to blackmail them, but it's when you don't say the truth, like you people do. Some information we have, we don't want to let them out until you try to rant. Then I will give it to you. Then case closed. Just like as we are here now, and I have nothing I have said here that I fabricated. You guys are attacking Onyendu's family, claiming that they want to politicize IPOB. I ask again, how do you people intend to restore Biafra and get Mazi Nnamdi out of DSS dungeon? This is the first question people should be asking. Tony Nzurumike, you hear his voice on this audio I'm going to left here. He says in the hands of God. Biafrans, I'm going to be back on Sunday or Saturday. Yeah? Tonight is a kind of to let a foundation just to encourage our people. And our brothers in South Africa, don't let your guards down. You guys are doing a wonderful job. I see the fraudulent memo. I don't know which clown that wrote that. All these stats show you that things are falling apart, but the genuine IPOB member that the front rope is still working must hold tight. Very soon, Onyendu will join us, like Soludo have done. Let the rest of the Southeast political elites join their voice to Mazi Nnamdi to come out, so that we can now have a everlasting peace, because Chike Doziem and his cronies are the people that now turn Biafra land into a bloodbath. There's no two ways about it, because if it wasn't because of sit at home, ghost town they call, after Onyendu tell them, I think 72 hours, because if you check the date, that was on 6th of August, and that sit at home started, the lockdown started on 9th of August. Yeah, so it's literally like 3 days before they even announce it on Radio Biafra. So I want you to make your decision. But what I'm saying tonight, Mazi Nnamdi kind of family, anybody that mentioned Mazi Nnamdi kind of family, you are directly talking to Mazi Nnamdi. That's what I want you to know. But we can see now that they have no regard for Onyendu. Since Chike Doziem can come out publicly and flout Onyendu's order and counter Onyendu's order, then everything we said, we don't carry propagandas. Madam Nenya today, they have said they cannot sack Madam Nenya until Onyendu came out. You ask yourself, what was all this thing you've done now? Strive for IPOB finance, trying to destroy IPOB within. What have you achieved? To show you they have an agenda. Now, they're taking a shot on Onyendu because they think Onyendu won't come out. So, Onyendu's immediate brothers will shut their mouth off, not do anything to our leader to come out. But you have not told us what you are doing. My question to you, what are you doing, Chike Doziem, to release Mazi Nnamdi? You cannot even tweet. You cannot even post Onyendu. What are you and your cabinet and your cronies are doing to release Mazi Nnamdi? I just want you to listen to their voices. These are the vultures that they call your leaders and what they have done. There, I thank you all for listening and those going to listen after this program. Onyendu say, popularity is not what matters, but what we're looking for is those that have their discerning mind. Our people in Germany, make sure you don't let your guard down to this charlatan to take into you. Mazi Ogbonnia Abraham, you are the official national coordinator to Germany. That is Onyendu's word and it's final. I just want to thank you for listening. And we'll leave you guys with our voice and end it with Onyendu's lamentation. From me from here, good evening, Dewan.
Onyendu said we should suspend the sit at home. And I asked our people, those that I had discussion with, I said, but what is the reason? Did Onyendu give any reason why we should suspend it? And they said he didn't give a reason. And I asked them, but you tell me, what reason would I give Biafrans why I am suspending this sit at home when our demands has not been met? That was my question. I asked those both in the DOS and those who were not in the DOS that I had the opportunity to speak with. They were telling the news. I asked them, what will be the reason I have to give? And so Well, with that, sorry, I think I'm trying to mix a little thing here, but the lawyers have not come back to us now. Now, this is before the night, the first day of it. So when I was asking them, what is the reason they want us to suspend this thing? And they told me that we should use NECO as an excuse. I mean, we should use NECO because of the exam that the people are trying to hold. And I said that NECO doesn't really, it's not a strong excuse to give the Biafrans why we should stop the sit at home. And I will be very, very frank. And I'll take the responsibility. I haven't said it on air before because it's not, I don't come on air to, and I said, because there is no reason from our leader that we should stop this sit at home, that we are going to go ahead with the sit at home. And then we went ahead with the first sit at home. After we did the first sit at home, and it was a huge success, unbelievably successful. Then, after that same Monday after the sit at home, the lawyers had a visit again to Onyendu, and they now came back and said that Onyendu said we must suspend that sit at home. So that message came now the second time, and I said, okay, if Onyendu insists, after the evidence we have provided that this thing was successful and that our people were willing to do it, if he insists, I will suspend it. And I suspended it. That instruction came from Onyendu. And anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. And that's how I'll answer that question for you. Now,
when we mount up that pressure, everywhere started to panic. When we declared this sit at home, we got a message from the leader that we should call off this sit at home. I don't want to go deep on people. There were people who played a very dangerous role against that sit at home for their own selfish interest. Because I expect you to come here to ask. When we put sit at home, you saw that Ohaneze Ndibo, you saw the people opposing the sit at home. You saw them. And you saw people who were giving them thumb up. It is that destruction they want in IPOB. It is to destroy and discredit the IPOB leadership. After due consultation with our leader, we went ahead, conducted the first sit at home that was carried around the world. Our leader continued to send message that the sit at home, we should call it off. The message continued to come. Everybody was reluctant to call it off. Why I'm explaining this thing is that at the end of the day, I want you who have supported because the sit at home Monday, our people have been voluntarily. When we announced the sit at home, we got messages. Even we are not normal. We know that spoken word cannot be retrieved back. But the enemies of this struggle, they continue to attack the sit at home. They continue to bring excuses that NATO is coming. This one is coming. The university is 6 months on strike till now. They use it to blackmail the IPOB leadership, if you are not aware. Everywhere was that the Chike Doziem and Chinasa Woru, they don't listen to what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is saying. That they disobeyed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you are one of those people. I am making you a direct accusation. Some of you, like you, were part of the people carrying all this kind of rumor that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told them to allow somebody to come on radio. They refused. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told them to cancel the sit at home. They refused. I know this struggle. that word that I spoke because it was in conformity in what the leadership agreed, and it was the best for the struggle. But you were there when people were blackmailing Chinasa Nworu and Chike Doziemo. It was to avoid saying that we disobey Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because we must always listen to him, whether in the DSS
International.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, and I was saying that I thank sister that just spoke, especially again because at the last conclusion of her statement, said it all. She said it all because she said, I'm the second in command. I'm the second in command. The first in command is there. I cannot honestly be expected to take over the work of the first command. The first command is reachable. He is still in charge. And that is what I have been trying to let our people know. That is also what the enemy wants us to do. They want us to isolate our leader. Isolate him in the sense that believing that he's not in control. Oyendu is in control, and that is what we must push across. I am second in command. When there are issues that I can deal with immediately and deal with as second in command that does not need the input of Oyendu, I deal with them, because I know he has taught me how to deal with those issues. But if there are so weighty issues that we need the first in command to make an input, I will act according to his instructions. And as I'm speaking to you, Oyendu is seized of the allegations about his head of finance. I know the instructions that he told me to carry out. Based on that, he has not asked me to remove anybody, and I cannot remove anybody because Oyendu, people are going around saying, I said it on my broadcast. And I'm very disappointed. Are we deliberately trying to isolate him? Because that is what they want us to do. We must push it all the time that the Oyendu is in charge. That is what scares our enemy. If we reduce his authority, we are putting him in danger. And I cannot be part of that. So until he tells me in that very serious allegation, very serious matter, that he appointed the head of finance, and taking into account that these allegations have been there before he got this issue that he has now. He was already aware of it. He hasn't acted on them, and up to now he hasn't asked me to act on them. I don't think it's reasonable for me to act without his authority. I can't do that. That is why I'm a very, very simple, obedient follower. That is how it is. I know where my responsibility lie. I know where my duties lie. I know where I am expected to act, and in those areas, be rest assured that I will act. Where the input of Oyendu is needed, I will wait for his input before I act. We are here also, we may disagree on that, but that is my outlook of this whole situation. I have been in this movement.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
To court. With the state of the mind you have seen our leader, do you think our leader is not capable of making any decision? Something he sees may affect him or affect the struggle. That's number one. Number two, the IPOB leadership is not taking orders. Every order. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing is to...
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Times are different with the time we are in. The kind of detention somebody is equating to that you don't take orders is the time when messages passes from one hand to another before it gets to the leader. Now, we have been in this struggle. We work with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ask the lawyers. There are messages, if they bring it, we told them this message is not what we expect. That means the message might be diluted. We now use our brain and decode the remaining things we have to do. That is why we are...
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
There are many people who have refused to respect and obey this IPOB structure. Some people went home. They said, because it's only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu I will respect. When he is out, I will come out. But let me give you a message. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also take advice from the IPOB leadership. We do advise each other when we have things. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is somebody who takes advice. Put in your mind, you have closed every door to even work with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because I know when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out, you go to him and tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because you were not there, I didn't want to work. And if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tell me to work with you, I will tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I won't work with you, because if in your absence you don't respect the leadership, you don't work with anybody in the leadership. Now Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is out, you come to work with the leadership. We won't work with you. It's as simple as ABCD. And he will understand our stand. Because you can't insult. We are building a nation. We are building a country, an institution. Now at the end of the day, if Mazi Nnamdi, what if Biafra comes today? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu retire, that he said he don't want to be the leader. A new leader emerge. You say you won't respect that place only. Then you go home and you sleep and close your mouth shut. It is stupidity and the ignorance. Anybody opening his mouth anywhere and say, I don't listen to anybody, only Mazi Nnamdi. You are stupid. When you are making such comment, it doesn't show that you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That does not what it means. It shows how stupid and selfish and ignorant you are. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not only him, it's IPOB. It's not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that it is the IPOB made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu lead IPOB to the glory also. Trying to say only when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out, you come back to the struggle, that is for you. Remember, most of you, we have marked many of you. There are some of you who have, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had problem. I'm not asking you to respect me. I don't need respect from you. Respect the institution. Respect the structure of IPOB. Some of you who come and talk rubbish on social media talk, you are not even up to my younger sisters. You are not even up to my younger sisters. Some of you not even up to my younger brothers. You are not even up to my cousins. People who respect us. We have a lot of people who respect us. You are nobody. But you come, you put your mouth, because talk is free. You come, you demonize the leadership. You think tomorrow, if when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out, you come, you say, because that time Mazi Nnamdi, that time you go and walk in the office of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If he takes you, you walk there. If he don't take you, you take your bag and go home and sit. Dear friends and all the lovers of freedom, we have stayed very long on this program. I didn't.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
There are things we can praise the pot in everything we scatter. Yes. But as we are planning it also, we take, sometimes we do inform our leader also. We say, wait. But there is a time we also, because we don't want what happened we don't want what happened during the sit-at-home order to repeat itself. We don't want. We don't want an order we will give now, the enemies will, and we feel it may be too early. We don't want to do it based on what, because of these enemies, infiltrators. Let me tell you something. This thing we are doing, if we don't handle it very well, because that is what the government wants us to do. When we just mention back, you will see they will use anybody. You saw what happened in the sit-at-home. You saw it. You saw it, that just to announce something for the benefit of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because he was not listening. You saw it. You saw his brothers came out, issued their own press release. You saw, this is what they are waiting for. They came to counter all the effort and that pronouncement. What people don't understand, they were fighting a wrong fight. That pronouncement, that the same day I made that pronouncement, one thing people don't know is this. I didn't make that pronouncement by my own power. But somehow I was asked to always go on radio to speak to our people. And that was the time I was given that instruction. And the moment I pour out that word, it becomes like waking the... Even when we want to call it off, the members of the DOS was saying we cannot call this thing off. But it's because of the pressure, putting pressure on Onyendu, and at the end of the day, it's the sit at home not heading to YA. People capitalize on it.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
And where every evidence he goes that now he nege me onye ndu na kachu. Can you imagine? Hi, alwe man.
And the offense should all reaction of human being. All human reaction. If a man like this, how a human being should react.
Yes.
Is how we are reacting. But all the muka, spiritually, all the muka,
yeah. Yes. I think so too.
Yes, and all the muka, or what came back at in that but this stage, after this stage,
yes. Yes, all the time.
Yes, although all the mega balance in
yeah.
You see, kind of check
that is the way it looks like.
You see, that is.
I will talk about this tomorrow. Because I will talk about this tomorrow because more I'm from the reason why. I'm from the reason why this kind of normal go anybody that this kind of trip. Or just first one is all is just second one.
Zoya.
Yeah?
Zoya. Ogwaro anybody.
If I such people that they report only to him, they don't report to HOD.
Yes.
How can you create departments who are supposed to report to HOD? The same as
Chai, oh blame Onyendo. Chai, I remember.
all the secretary who are they going to report?
Oh, yeah, with the thing.
Oh, yeah, with the thing. Oh, yeah, I'm not job. I'm
Oh, yeah, with the thing.
Who is coming there to report to you?
Oh, yeah, with the problem.
Chai, I remember.
Create a structure. Come here and maintain that structure. So when you're report to what you know ahead of you. Get somebody report it to me direct. Report to me direct if you make it that.
Well, any age you use here, you have few people to go this message for him.
Chai.
Yeah?
And we were not feeling too much my brother. Before I
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak. docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwa Biama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwa Biama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwa Biama Biko. Since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwa Biama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. I was an Achinama. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Awasa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men. Until we redeem our honor. Until we look at integrity and say, we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you. This is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward.